got leery. Asked him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Asked him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. I'm just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Asked him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back them up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery.
Hello, where's the game? There was supposed to be a game here. Give me my game. Thank you. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Oh, wait, there's the audio. Okay, good. Everything's fine. How y'all doing? Welcome back to my stream. I am Oni Fox, and we are continuing Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. We got a little bit into this game on Saturday. What was it? No, not Saturday. Friday. But we didn't finish it. I wanted to finish it, but it was not going to happen. So we're gonna be doing the rest of it. We're gonna do the rest of it today. Oh, Um, sorry, my computer lagged there for a moment, so we lost some encoding. But yeah, last time we witnessed the second murder of the Jack Ripper case, and we established that the motives could only be one of two things. So now Sherlock finally accepts that it's not black magic, because for some reason he thought it could be that for a moment. Also, very important to point out, you might see up there now, there is a content warning. Because of the content inside this game and the year it takes place, the people, like how the characters are written, are not like today's standards, or like, not the standards, excuse me, it's not the best depiction of human beings, because back then they were kind of shit. So I decided to add a content warning, just also for the game itself, because there's like you get to see the gore of what happens to, even though it's like drawn gore, you still get to see what happens to all the Ripper victims. And also I figured, because of the depiction of women use, and that I would write sexism and anti-Semitism, and also because they mention sexual assault several times in the game, I decided to add that on there as well. So those will be these content warning things will be showing up whenever they might be needed. It is not content warning for the stream itself. That would be awful if it was. It is specifically just for the game. With all that in mind, I think we are ready to get going. So we're gonna load our save, which is this one. So as a recap, last time we figured out the timeline for people here, because there was some discrepancy of the time of estimated time of death that Watson and the other doctor gave, and when people say the last saw Annie Chapman. But we have finally confirmed the actual time of death is right here, because we were off by 1 hour estimate due to the cold. Now, what I need to do next, I don't actually know, so I'm going to go back on the dialogues real quick here. Thankfully, you can do this. So you go all the way down. I think I can scroll, yeah. Alright, I think that says we're supposed to go to, wait, are we Watson, or we're Watson? Okay. So we should be going to the London Hospital.
To the London Hospital, quick. My colleague agreed to meet me here in one of the London Hospital rooms reserved for students.
Ah, John, you're there already. Punctual as always. Tell me, you don't seem to be in good shape. Is it possible that your recent marriage is making you this morose?
Ah, you know me well, Andrew. No, it's a strange and terrible affair that concerns me. Have you read my note?
Yes, I admit that I was surprised. It just so happens that I, too, was asking questions about our morgue.
Oh, really? Okay, so we're gonna be asking. So we're following the lead of organ trafficking. That all the organs are being like stolen and sent out for money.
What do you think? Have you heard of any organ trafficking within?
No, John. No doubt there exists some exchange between colleagues. Not quite legal, of course, but nothing that can qualify as trafficking. Since the Anatomy Act of 1832, which permitted the use of unclaimed corpses for science, the black market trade was definitely halted. There are sufficient subjects available for all practitioners and students. This I can confirm.
Well, organ trafficking as a lucrative trade is out of the question. Then what is troubling you with the morgue?
You are talking about trafficking organs, but I suspect there is trade in whole bodies.
Oh, the missing. So there isn't any case with the organ trafficking as far as he is aware, but there's been missing bodies. Interesting.
What do you mean to say? Whole bodies are disappearing?
Well, it's confidential, but I know of your discretion and your friendship with the famous Sherlock Holmes. I can tell you that a few corpses have recently disappeared from the hospital morgue. Cadavers that were intended for dissection. That is to say, not claimed. Poor, unknown people. If a single corpse had disappeared, it might have been a bad joke. There are many students who pass through here. It's even a meeting spot. For the majority, they are here to work. A few come here in secret to practice. It also happens that instruments or organs go missing. Nothing alarming, but so many corpses. It's very troubling.
That sounds very troubling indeed. What will he do?
But the hospital doctors aren't doing anything?
No. That is to say, they would prefer not to call the police at this point. An investigation would no doubt result in the suspension of authorizations for the use of unclaimed corpses. Do you think that you could intercede on our behalf with Sherlock Holmes to clear up this situation?
Which corpses are missing?
Which corpses are missing?
I don't know exactly, but I can make an exact list if you would like to wait here for a few minutes. Feel free to look around the room while you wait. It'll bring back memories.
Thank you, Andrew.
Alright, there's a lot of stuff I can look at right now.
This surgical instrument resembles a screwdriver. How amusing. It might come in handy. I will return it later. It's here that students come to carry out their experiments.
Okay. Oh, there's a lot of things around here.
It's here that students come to... This rag is full of grease. It certainly wasn't used for a dissection. Was someone doing some mechanical work here?
Mechanical work?
These wheeled trolleys are very handy for laying out surgical instruments.
Oh, what's this?
The last lesson must have been about the human heart. And for a class of beginners, I expect, as this diagram is rather rudimentary.
Oh god, I forgot about this graphical bug. It's just one disc that is that has no lighting on it at all, so it looks like this. I think there's a purpose why it's like that.
An encyclopedia.
Or probably a reason, I mean, not a purpose.
A page on the human heart is dog-eared. Let's see.
Okay, so these are all the different parts of the human heart. That could be that could come in handy for us.
It's here that students come to carry out...
There's a human heart.
There is a heart in this jar. Based on its colouring, it hasn't been there long. And it looks like the drawing on the board. This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
Okay. We have that as proof, and what else? We are missing something.
This wheel won't roll despite all of the added grease. Curious, as Holmes would say.
It won't roll despite all the added grease. Okay, maybe I don't need anything else. Maybe I have everything I need then. Let's go back to the...
There is a heart in this jar. This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
Right. What else could be? So, for those who weren't here last time or missed it, we have to submit documents or dialogues, and yeah, only those in order to figure out what the in order to solve this puzzle. I feel like we're missing something, because I only have one piece of evidence.
I have no reason to go here. I am missing some information.
Do I have to click on the wheel again?
This wheel won't
Wait, this.
A message. I'll be... Why the devil was it hidden here?
Oh, okay.
An old prescription. Poor child, so young yet terminally ill. Strange, someone scrawled something. Part of it is in Latin. These are instructions, it would seem.
Wait, so... Ethan Levy, 7 years, son of Sarah and Jacob Levy, hospitalized May 18, syphilis treated with mercury and penicillin, grave condition, advanced stages, possibly imminent subject, watch carefully. The magnet is in the heart, use this board as and erase it afterwards. What?
There is a heart in this jar. This jar contains...
Okay, let's put that old prescription on here as well. So we need to... Okay, I see. So for the first one, we need to put them at the vena cava superior and valva aortae. Vena cava superior is number 1, and valva aortae is there, that is number 5. So
Look, there was a bit of paper stuck between the two lids.
message from the heart, a 6. And then it's atrium sinistrum, that is number 8, right? Yeah, and 8 is that one. Truncus pulmonalis, that is up there, that is number 2. Oh, it's just...
Incredible! Someone has hidden a magnet in this heart. But to what end?
A magnet. Message from the heart, right? And then you had to go to desk number 6. Open it.
Incredible! There is a magnet with a hook behind this pane of glass. I am in need of something.
And yeah, it's not supposed to be like this because you can clearly not see what this is. But here we are. So, right, you cannot touch the edges. You need to get both of them together like that. Then now you can grab
There,
that.
all done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
The question is, what do I use this hook for?
I am missing some information.
I'm trying to see here. What have I missed? This...
A hole. I can make out something inside, but how to get it out? I will need a hook. I found it. A coded message. I do believe I will need Holmes.
A coded message. Interesting.
Here is the list, John. The missing corpses are those of a woman, 40 years old, beginning of August, another, 55 years old, 2 weeks ago, and recently, a young woman. These corpses had nothing in common except that they didn't have any apparent lesions.
All of this is very troubling. Well, I think that I have all of the information possible, and I promise that I will do what I can to clear up this business. I must leave you, my friend, and...
In the name of our friendship,
Please, don't go so stare.
To be sure. Thanks again, Andrew.
It is I who must thank you, John. Don't forget to keep me up to date and say hello to your charming wife for me.
Count on me, Andrew.
I must go to the Wasp's Nest to find this rogue that Watson dubbed Bluto. He may be able to provide information on Dr. Tumblety. This lead, although tenuous, is well worth following. I must return to Whitechapel, but it would be better if I did so incognito.
Okay. So I think I need to... Yeah.
This should do the trick.
So Holmes incognito is essentially just dress in sheep clothes and put on some sheep makeup. Alright, Whitechapel it is. And he needs to go to the Wasp Nest.
Let's go. Let's go to the Wasp's Nest. Old Tong. There's something here. There's something here. I need something.
You guys used the old tongs?
There's something here. I see a jewel. It's fallen between the floorboards.
How did you see that? Like, what? How? Let's see here. Trying to get that out to there, which means well, now he's locked it in. Let's reset. Let's try this again. Wait. Oh, I thought it was different every time. I was gonna be so pissed. Move that up there. I'm doing this wrong. Hold on a moment. Need to get. I need to get this out of the way. So hold on, let's reset again. That needs to go down there, I think. Okay, let's do this. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Yes, as quickly as we got somewhere, we just lost it. Great. I also want to point out the music. There's no music at this part. Like the game audio did not glitch out. There's just no music. I need to get this thing out of the way. I don't know how. Wait, hold on. Maybe if I do that. No. This is tough. I'm gonna reset it again. Let me think. Okay. If I can get no, over there. Whew. I don't get why I'm having so much trouble with this puzzle. I know I've solved this before. This was tough. I feel like I've tried every combination, but obviously I haven't. If I'm still here. This fucking piece. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. This is something. This is something. Oh, yes! Finally! We got it. We got it.
A Hebrew inscription. Going by the length of the chain, it must belong to a child.
Hebrew inscription. Huh.
Oi, what'll it be to drink, Gav?
What'll it be?
I have nothing to ask.
Okay.
Hello there. You looking for a gas man?
You really a gasser? You sure it isn't a bobby?
Well, if you don't need me, I'll be on my way then. I've already been paid up.
Stay. Who paid you?
A doctor, Marston, I think he was. He told me you'd talk to me about a foreigner, name of Tumblety, if I did you a favour.
Right, mate. Might happen.
What is it you need me to do then?
Listen to me. At the end of Whitechapel, there's an abandoned dump of a house. Opposite Finley's boarding house. Upstairs in the mess where the gas pipes are, you'll find a sack with something heavy inside. If you look in, you'll regret it here. You find it, you bring it here, and you don't tell a soul, right?
Got it. And then you'll tell me about this Tumblety so that I can report back to the doc?
Yeah, doctors know people. And since you is here, it's because he'll move mountains for his American. Me, I don't know much. But you can tell him that he'll have to talk to Squibby. He seems to know lots about plenty. When you come back with a sack, I'll tell you what he needs to tell Squibby so that he snitches on the yank to him. Believe me, mate, it's as explosive as 10 miles worth of gas in your damn pipes.
Okay.
Right then, I'm off.
Go. Give me some air.
I could arrange for the police to come down here and arrest this thug, but he seems pretty tough and would probably be a lot less cooperative than if I play along. It's best I handle this myself, including meeting the mysterious Squibby.
Alright. I think we need to go to the boarding house now.
It's the abandoned house that Bluto pointed out to me. He must have set up his hideout there. There's a strange smell coming from this old building.
Okay.
This window appears to be the only way out. Good day, Finley.
Good day, sir. Have we met before?
It's me, Sherlock Holmes, but I don't want it to be known that I'm here. Can I count on you?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. I shall be as silent as the grave.
Your tenant, Dr. Tumblety, is he here?
I don't think so. Go and find out.
It would seem we've been having some gas problems.
Don't talk to me about it. The problem is from the abandoned house not far from here, but nobody has come to take care of it.
Perhaps I could go and take a look. Do you have a ladder?
No, but I think in the pile of wood under the stairs there is one in pieces. And if you also need something from the scrap heap, some old tools or who knows what, feel free to take it, Mr. Holmes. But leave the dishes in good condition.
Okay.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, let's see here.
This old cloth could be used as a mask. I must moisten my makeshift mask. Some old nails, they may come in handy. Finley's ladder is smashed to pieces, but all the parts appear to be here. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas... This must be a piece of the ladder. This must be a piece of the ladder.
Let's see here. We need a few more pieces. One more of these.
This must be a piece of the ladder.
We have to moisturize the mask. Just
There, this damp cloth will do for a mask. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. A broken hammer, I will have to find a handle. Part of a perfume atomizer.
Alright, let's see here. Hammer, I think that's a handle? No. That's a handle. We need... There we go, now we have a ladder. We need one more thing, I believe. Also, let's check on...
Closed.
Damn it.
Closed.
Closed. there's the one more thing.
Part of a perfume atomizer.
Alright, let's see here. Do I have everything I need?
I hope this ladder will support my weight. Let's go.
Yeah, I have everything I need.
My cloth mask won't make much difference, but I'll be able to inspect the room for a few seconds. The leak must have been sudden. Even the animals didn't have time to escape. I need something. The leak must have been sudden. Even the animal...
Alright,
A small torch, a useful tool for opening safes, I would assume, but the gas bottle is empty. This iron bar will help me.
will help me with this. There we go.
The leak is coming from here. The satchel is behind these pipes. This explains why the thug wanted someone who knew about gas. He must have hidden it there in great haste and broke the pipes in the process. The satchel seems to be quite stuck. I don't think I can get it out without passing out. For good. I need a more suitable mask. The kind used by tanners would do nicely.
Kind used by tanners would do nicely.
Someone left here in a hurry, presumably because of the gas leak.
Okay, so I think I need to go back out.
How is your investigation going, Mr. Holmes?
I'll be needing a mask of the sort tanners use. Do you know where...
Go check in the little lane across from the clinic. At the cobbler's, perhaps.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Alright.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
Let's pop over to the cobblers and meet up with Isaac.
How do, sir?
Hello. I'm sorry to say, but I'm closing.
This man seems wary. I must find a way to win his confidence.
Let's give him this.
How do, sir?
Hello.
I am here because I found this.
Abraham's beard. The son of one of my neighbors was beaten in the street a few weeks ago and it was stolen from him. If you would give it to me, I promise to return it to him and get you a reward.
Money doesn't interest me.
Who are you, sir? And what do you want from me?
I'm a friend of Dr. Watson's. You know him, don't you?
In that case, welcome. Dr. Watson is a great man, and I would be pleased to help one of his friends.
Alright, we need a tanner's mask.
Work the leather and perhaps even tan it yourself. I believe tanners wear special masks to protect themselves from the toxic emissions given off by the vats used to soak the leather. I have a gas leak to fix, and I won't survive without something effective to protect myself with.
Go see my cousin Abraham, who has a pet shop a little further down the road. Tell him that Isaac sent you. That's me.
Alright.
I'll be off now.
My regards to Dr. Watson.
We have to go find Abraham, who apparently has a pet shop just down the street. Let's see here. Would that be over here? No, it looks to be, because that is a dead end. It's probably the other street over here. It's not here.
I have no reason to go that way.
No, it's not. Okay, then it's further back instead. Oh yeah, that's just to tell me what street I'm on. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. Let me read that dialogue again real quick. A little further down the road. So it should be the same street. So here, there's the cobbler shop. Further down this street? No, there's nothing down this street. Fletcher's. Am I able to go this way?
I have no reason to go that way.
So, which way is further down the street in this scenario? There's Fletcher's, and that's a butcher shop. That's the church. I always have a problem trying to find everything in this game. See, there's the cobbler shop. There's the clinic. And kind of wish the game had been more, a little bit more clear on where down the street this is. That's the clinic. There's Isaac's shop. Oh, here it is.
This is a pet shop. This is a pet shop.
Okay, let's go in it.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
You must be Abraham Solomonovich. I came on behalf of your cousin, Isaac. He said that you might be able to help me. I need a good mask to protect me from gas emissions so I can repair a leak.
Yes, it should help you. But I let it drop into the big snake cage, and they are very dangerous beasts. I don't know how to retrieve it.
But you must be equipped to deal with these creatures safely, surely.
Of course, but I broke my hook. It should be over there. If you succeed in getting that beast from its cage, you will be doing me a great favor.
Okay.
This cage must do to hold the snake. This cage must do to hold the snake.
There we go.
I have the broken hook. I can repair it, but I'll need some materials. Perhaps I'll find some material at Isaac's that will be of use. This cage must do to hold the snake.
Okay, I think I got everything in here. Alright, we need to go back to Isaac.
Perhaps I'll find some material at Isaac's that will be...
You just told me that, Sherlock.
I need a few items for your cousin Abraham. May I borrow them for you?
Of course. You're welcome.
This may come in handy. This should do the trick.
I think I need also something to hold it all together. No? Okay. Ah, there it is.
This should do the trick.
Right. That should be enough. Let's get back over here.
I need something. No, I can't do that. I need something. This cage will do the trick. The mesh is small enough.
So I picked up 2 cages for no reason. Thank you, Sherlock.
There we are. Magnificent. If I may ask, why is it you have such equipment?
I haven't always had a pet shop, my friend. I was a butcher for many years. but I wasn't serious enough to be a real meat man, and I was looked down upon in the community. I found myself carting carcasses from the slaughterhouse, a repugnant job in which you catch vile illnesses, and it breaks you before you're out of your 30s. Thus, I had the idea to make this mask with a sort of filter, and it worked. Since then, I have quit that work, and with my little savings, I started this business. I lived through the deaths of thousands of animals. Now I am devoted to their lives. If you are interested, I could sell you a little canary, for example.
No, thank you. Let's return to the boarding house.
Alright. Boarding house.
The satchel, rather heavy and firmly wedged. Dislodging it will take a concerted effort and is better done in a safe environment. I must repair this leak before I can get the satchel out.
Alright.
There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough. There isn't enough gas. There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough. There isn't enough gas. There isn't enough gas.
Wait, how did I turn it?
The satchel, rather heavy. There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough.
Oh, what? Okay, sure.
There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough. There isn't enough gas.
Was I supposed to put more gas through it?
Elementary.
Oh.
This much talked about satchel is very heavy and seems to contain metal dishes. I told Bluto that I wouldn't look inside, but I've little need to. It's quite obvious that it's full of silverware.
Alright,
There is still gas in here. Looking at the state of this cat, it won't survive much longer if it stays here. Let's go to the wasp's nest. Let's go to the wasp's nest. There's no way of returning this fortune to that lout Bluto. I will give him the satchel, but with other contents. Something with the same weight.
in that case I have to go find it. Wasn't there like, yeah, here we go.
heap of rusted iron crockery. Full of crockery, the satchel makes the same noise and weighs about the same as if it were filled with silverware.
Alright, back to the wasp nest.
Pass the sack to me. Did you look in?
I give you my word, but it won't belong to you until you tell me where Squibby is.
Fine. The poor idiot was taken by the peelers the other day. I don't know why some chap started to screech about it. He was the Whitechapel killer, but he ended up followed by an hysterical mob. In a flash, the bobbies had him rounded up and locked down.
Do you mean at the local police station?
Might not. But if you or the doc talk to him, tell him that about the kayak business. I'll forget our score if he rats on the yank. He'll know. Now, hand over the bag.
I say, that's all a little bit wishy-washy. I'm not sure it's worth the satchel.
Hey, don't shake it like that, moron. If you don't want to end up with a knife in the back, you'll get busy with the pipe. Got it?
Here, take it. That'll teach me for being a good Samaritan. Honestly, how rude. I'd best be off now. Better to not be around when he opens the satchel.
Alright, this is a cutscene. Nope. Oh, he sleeps immediately. Let's go to the police station.
I can't just waltz into the police station to ask if they've got Squibby locked up. I'll have to come up with a ploy to find out if he's actually there. Then I'll need to get the policeman to leave for just a few minutes so I can talk to the prisoner.
Okay.
So, you little jackanapes, you want to ride on the big whirly?
Another day, perhaps, Mum.
Oh god. Okay.
As a matter of fact, I would like to know if a chap I know called Squibby happens to be in this police station, and how many policemen are inside.
Information? Yes, but time is money for me, you know.
Here are a few guineas. So, Squibby.
I'll tell you everything that I know, my ducky. Nothing. Ha! I know nothing about whether Squibby is there, and I don't give a damn. The bobbies don't whisper sweet nothings to me, like the girls in the nice places. And now get lost before I get all worked up. Hey, if you have something to offer to a lady, I could tell you a little bit more, maybe.
I'll be back.
You do that.
The girls from the nice houses. That monster. Oh. Danny must have been referring to establishments like Miss Bella's that Watson told me about.
Wait, I should probably give that...
I have to go to the brothel.
Hey, look! It's Mr. Detective. It's...
Shh, I'm undercover on a special mission. Don't blow my cover.
Aye, aye, Captain. We won't let it slip.
Now, what are you doing in this area at such an hour? You're far from home, aren't you?
We've come to give Pounce a hand. About his cat, you know. Downstairs round his... a nasty old lady Big Danny lives. She threatens to kill Pounce's cat because she's allergic, or so she says. And it makes it cough and vomit just by seeing one.
Allergic?
Boy, that's it. She stoned Pounce and his cat yesterday, and the poor thing took off and hasn't been seen again. We've been looking for it, but nothing.
Does that cat there belong to Pounce?
Bert! That's my Bertie!
Be careful, he is injured. Let's take him to the pet shop. We might be able to take care of him. Let's go to the pet shop, children.
Alright, well, we're at the pet shop right
If
now,
you
right
all
here.
go in at once, you'll scare the animals. Pounce, come with me. Everyone else, stay here.
Alright.
What can I do for you?
I have come to return your mask.
Ah, thank you. If you need something else, do not hesitate.
May I present young Pounce and his cat, Bert. Poor Bert, he's been injured.
It's Big Danny who threw a cobblestone at him.
Big Danny? Danny the Jaw? The terror of the Highlands?
Oi, that's her, mister.
You know this lady?
Lady is not the appropriate word. Fury, more likely. Danny is a night worker. Before that, she performed in a circus where she fought against men for a penny a round. It was said that she never lost a fight.
Is there anything you can do for poor Bert?
I don't know. This cat seems to be in a sorry state. I have a book on cats over there. Can you find it while I look at its wound?
Yes.
Alright, book about the cats. Alright.
Aha! This must be the cat book Abraham needs.
Well, yeah, it's the only cat book in the room.
What can I do for you?
Here is the book on cats.
Thank you, my man. I will see what I can do for this cat.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Alright, so while that happens, we can go to the brothel.
I have to go to the brothel. I have nothing to ask.
Oh, he doesn't say the thing. Aw, I'm sad.
Good evening, Lucy. Do you remember me?
Mr. Holmes, come in. You're strangely dressed. What have you come to do in the area?
I've come to ask if any of your colleagues, or perhaps even yourself, associate with any of the policemen from the local station.
Certain girls go with police officers, it's true, but Bella would be able to tell you more than me.
Very well. I'll be on my way.
That was a pointless dialogue.
You are a friend of Dr. Watson?
Indeed.
A fine man, your Dr. Watson. He got me out of a damn business with one of my clients. We gave this boar a lesson to remember, and he's since gone to France, having snagged one of my best girls. But it's a break from all of her chatter. You're looking for information about the police, is that right? I can't help you there. The girls concerned are busy, and anyway, I don't have the time.
What is bothering you so much?
A client left me a case of bottles as payment. It happens all the time. I'm saddled with all this stuff. He told me that these perfumes were the latest thing, straight from Paris. Well, I'd barely smelled the first one when I nearly fainted. There might be some good ones in there, but I'd have to find out if it's really perfume, so that it won't burn the skin of the pretty girls.
I will undertake to tell you exactly which of these products are perfumes if you agree to entrust them to me for a little while. In exchange, I would like to know more about Squibby.
Yes, I know him. We've struck a deal, Mr. Holmes. I'll give you these bottles.
To take a drink.
I will need a book to help me identify Miss Bella's perfume. I believe the bookshop on Glenworth Street, not far from Baker Street, has just reopened. Let's go and take a look.
Alright, so we're taking a little detour to go to the bookshop.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Are you the new bookseller in the neighborhood?
Yes. My name is Barnes. You're one of my first visitors. Welcome. What are you looking for?
Here we go.
I'm looking for a work that can help me identify perfumes, a book that deals with vegetation and its possible uses in the domain, for example.
I would recommend the Encyclopedia Spartica about vegetation. It consists of a reference on the matter. This book is the most complete that there is.
Fine, I will take it.
But it's just that, I have no idea where it is. Would you believe that my predecessor classified works by their acquisition date? Nowadays, we advocate a thematic classification. However, I am getting down to the task. You aren't looking for anything concerning the history of the scripts. I'm fascinated by the subject, and I already have numerous books on the topic.
It is no doubt very interesting, but I need this book Spartica without further delay.
Fine, fine. I will try to find the acquisition date of this encyclopedia, Mr.
Holmes, Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, fantastic. You are the man for the job. Perhaps you could try to find the missing dates. That will buy you some time.
There are some dates missing?
Yes. I forgot to mention that detail. The dates were written on cardstock attached to the columns, and there was one date per section. As one goes along, you will see there is no specific order, and certain are missing. I remade the labels, but I don't know where to put them. They're there on the counter.
Are there any other details to know?
The proprietor inscribed a date every 2 years since his arrival in 1864, up until now, that is 1888. He left a note regarding his method of shelving, but I didn't understand a word. I do believe, in fact, that he was a bit mad.
Well, I will see.
All of the numbers placed on the same column must have different ending numbers. For example, 1886 and 1866 together would create an inconceivable disaster. The dates whose number added together will produce the same sum cannot be put on the same column if they indicate the same sense. Number of dates by column 454. What the fuck? All the numbers placed in the same column must have different ending numbers. Okay, so it has to be a different number here. Dates whose numbers added together will produce the same sum cannot be put on the same column if they indicate the same sense. Number of dates by column 454. So it's 5 there, 4 there, 4 here. And it has to be a different alright, let's look at the ones we have. Can I reorganize this shit? Because it's actually bothering me. Let's see. Can I do that and then it's reorganized? Oh hey, that worked. Neat. Okay. $66 could go here, but 70 can't go there. 70 could go there. 88 can't go here. 88 could go there. 82 can't go there. 82 can go there. But the question that arises is, does 82 go there? Could be like that. And here we have 82. And then the last two over here.
There, Mr. Barnes, the
Hey,
labels are in
first
their
try.
correct places. That should facilitate your classification. Have you found my book?
Yes, what luck it was to meet you. It was acquired in 1882.
I will look for it. Thank you very much. I would suggest that you organize your books quickly. I am in the habit of visiting my local bookstore at least once a week.
You are right, Mr. Holmes.
Alright. So after that stupid puzzle, there we go.
This encyclopedia on plants and spices is just what I need to analyze these so-called perfumes. Let's return to Baker Street.
Alright, Baker Street. Bam.
I will need my work table.
That is over here.
I need something.
Alright, perfumes.
Let's get to work. I must analyze these perfumes.
Alright, in this game, the way he analyzes stuff is through blocks. Okay. Let's do that. First one is...
These shapes represent the smells at my disposal.
Then it's...
This perfume is ghastly.
Hold on. Grab a snack. Okay. That is this one, followed by that and
Excellent.
that.
Now, on to the next step.
That is that one, I believe. Followed by that and that.
Elementary. Fine, I have to go to the brothel. Fine, I have to go to the...
Oh, there we go.
So, my dear man, have you reached a verdict?
I have distinguished the good perfumes from the bad, but even the good ones are nothing more than common sense for adolescents.
Who cares? It'll freshen up a few of my girls. Wait, there's a perfume here called Valerian. What is it?
It's not really a perfume, technically speaking, unless you like cats. It's more of a kind of medicine.
It smells strange. I don't really like it. Here, I can give it to you. And I have some information. Squibby
I don't
is
really
most
like it. Here, you can have
assuredly
it.
locked
I don't
up
like you
in
either.
this
Damn.
station hereabouts. It would also seem that he's the one who doesn't want to come out.
Do you know someone by the name of Danny?
Danny? Big Danny, Nutcracker? Ha! The one who hates cats?
That's the one.
You're interested in that kind of bird? Be like dipping your biscuit in a pig's trough. She's dangerous, a real cyclone. So beware. And her appearance. She claims to adore perfumes. She'd need this whole box to smell sweet.
I doubt it'll take much to make Danny cooperate.
I
Perhaps
probably
by
put
offering
more
her a
stuff
little
in the
gift.
content warning.
Let's go to the police station.
There's a lot of shit. Hold on. Can I? Yeah, I can. See here. So I definitely have seen that mentioned, and I have seen. I think that's how it's spelled. Yeah, I think that's good enough. All right, let's resume. All right, going back to the cat.
What can I do for you?
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Okay, now we have to go to here. Hold on, we can put this onto there.
Do you remember me? Would you be kind enough to help me by telling me how many policemen are inside in exchange for this bottle of perfume?
There ain't much in the station. It was pretty busy, but now there's only one constable, dearie.
There we are. Now Danny has been sprayed with valerian, a scent that's irresistible to cats. I must create a diversion in the street to make the policemen come out, but I need some cats. Lots of cats. To the pet shop. I must go to the pet shop.
Okay, there we go. Now we're going to the pet shop.
What can I do for you?
So, how is Bert doing?
He'll pull through. But he must eat, and I have no food for him here. We will need to find him some.
And where can we get some cat food?
We must find Hardiman. He sells meat for cats. It's around this time when he passes the end of the road. You might be in luck. You'll hear him from far away. He was always calling beep, beep.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Solomonovich.
Right.
So, pals, shall we look for the cat food seller? Poor Bert has to be fed, and I might have some work for you and your friends.
Alright, there he is.
Beep beep. Beep beep.
Good evening, sir.
How do? A little kebab for the cat? These little brats can't possibly all be yours.
Pardon? Oh, no, none of them.
Ah, children, they're our pride and joy. And yet...
Do cats really like kebabs?
They adore them. How many would you like?
That is true.
I'll take the lot.
I beg your pardon, sir?
How much for the lot?
For £2, they're all yours, my lord.
It's a deal.
Fuck,
Listen
I've got
up,
£2 was a lot
you
back
need to
then.
find all the cats in Whitechapel and lead them towards the police station. You will be armed with delicious kebabs to entice them. Go, as quick as you can now. If my calculations are correct, the cats will be seduced by Danny's odor and will throw themselves on her. That should cause enough of a commotion to get the policemen to come out onto the street. Come on now, children. Let the cats alone.
What's all this racket? Calm down. Come on, out. And make those cats shut up.
Well now, let's see what I can do about Squibby.
Just breaking and
I shall
entering.
leave Bluto's treasure at the station. The police will know what to do with it. I shall leave Bluto's treasure at the station.
You just said that.
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
Gonna need something. Wait, the knife.
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
No. Nope. It is straight up just
This
fuck
must be the
around
door
the
that
thing. I have something. No, I only have the knife.
This must be the door that leads.
I don't get what I'm supposed to do here. No, there's gotta be something I'm missing.
I need more information.
But there's nothing I can interact with in here, so maybe I'm not missing anything?
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
What am I supposed to do? Upon clicking, the game takes me back to there. There's nothing else on the screen that I need to interact with. I don't know what I did, but okay. That works, I guess. That looks like it's using the wrong texture. Oh, there he is.
And who are you?
I've come to talk to you about Tumblety.
So you're here to kill me, are you?
Absolutely not. I've come on behalf of someone you know who told me you have some explosive news about this American. In exchange, he has settled your bill on the kayaks.
You ain't no street person, you. You're a bobby, trying to wind me up, aren't you?
Not at all. Will you agree to talk?
Not a chance. I'll give nothing away for nothing. I don't have to follow Bluto's orders. I'm in it up to my neck, and the bobbies won't agree to keep me locked up here for the rest of my life.
You mean to say that you are here of your own accord?
Damn right. Only death awaits me out there. I was almost lynched because I was blamed for the murder of those poor girls who were chopped up like animals. The police put me here for my own safety. That's when this journalist showed up.
A journalist?
A journalist?
I socked him once for disrespecting me down at the pub. He said I'd pay for it one day, and that day came. He said he was going to squeal to the papers about me.
With my description and my tattoos and all, I was arrested at the same time the police said they'd caught the Whitechapel killer. While waiting to write the article, he started the rumour. Now the streets ain't safe for me no more.
I understand. Listen, if I find this journalist and make him promise to not write a word about you, and if I also agree to pay for you to get out of London, will you tell me everything you know about Tumblety?
You sure know how to speak to ruffians, don't you? You got yourself a deal.
What's the name of this journalist?
Bulling. Tom Bulling.
Tom Bulling? That name sounds familiar. That wouldn't be the journalist that Watson met at the Wasp's Nest.
Huh?
Ah, no, nothing. I was just thinking aloud. Well, I'll be going, Squibby.
You're right. It ain't healthy here. Hey, but what are you up to here, you? Off with you, and make it quick before I take you in.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Why didn't he arrest him there?
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Doesn't make any sense. Why did he not arrest Holmes?
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous. Let's return to Baker Street to change.
Don't make me go. Okay.
Good evening. There'll be a nice tip in it for you if you can tell me if you recently saw a journalist here.
Yes, sir. A damn nuisance, that man. And a real cad. He cursed me out something fierce for staining a book that he put down, even though it was him who was shaking so much that he soiled it with a whole lot of ale.
He was reading a book?
Not a real book. A halfpenny rag. He put it down on the ground, and I put it in the paper bin for the stove. It should still be there if it weren't already put in the fire.
Goodbye, miss.
At your service, me lord.
Alright,
Some paper. Ink stains. This must be the table where Bulling writes his copy.
And, there. The Boys Standard, published weekly, now ready. Price 1 penny. Ah.
Spring-heeled Jack, a fantastical character that terrorizes the population of London. This journalist has some far from cheerful reading.
Oh, Springfield Jack. And, can I actually click on?
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous.
Alright. I think that's
Let's
all.
return to Baker Street. Tom Bulling isn't here, but the Baker Street irregulars should be able to track him down. Perhaps Watson will have something to tell me in the morning.
Alright, back to Baker Street.
Up at last, Holmes. Were you able to get anything from that crook at the Wasp's Nest yesterday?
Not yet, but I am working on it. And yourself, Watson, what were you able to find out from your colleague about the sale of second-hand female parts?
Holmes? Well, actually...
Let it be, Watson. It was tiring, no doubt.
Well, as soon as I mentioned the possible existence of a black market dealing in human parts, everyone in the hospital became very tense. This silence, therefore, tells us more than anything else at this point.
However, I have trouble believing that such a peculiar dealing as that involving Annie Chapman's uterus could have gone unnoticed in the medical community, if that is indeed what happened.
That's my opinion, as well as that of my old university colleague. He maintains that any form of organ trafficking would be impossible, not to mention unnecessary. However, he did tell me something rather troubling. The unexplained disappearance of several corpses from the hospital morgue. He has allowed me to investigate, provided I do so discreetly, and here is what I found, concealed in what appeared to be a secret letterbox.
Interesting, an encoded message.
Indeed, and look, the symbol of a certain well-known Spartaca encyclopedia is printed on it. Perhaps it will help in deciphering the letter.
Thank you, Watson. Are you going out again?
I promised a new patient, Captain Stenick, I'd go round to examine him. He lives nearby. I may be back before you've had a chance to decipher this mysterious message.
Alright, we have a,
Good. Let's decipher the encoded
another
word
puzzle.
in the message that Watson found at the London hospital.
Okay. We need... where is it? There. Need that, and we need this, I think. Yeah. Okay.
The index of the Spartaka encyclopedias seems to have a connection with this letter.
Okay, so these are the letters and what they represent. So let's get the easy ones out here first. That's a C. Those are A's, B's, E's. I think those are supposed to represent X's. No? Or maybe not. Right, I forgot this puzzle is really weird. If it is an X, then no, that cannot be it. Can I change this? Okay, I can, yeah. Just making sure. Let's put it like that for now. A part of me wonders if this puzzle is mistranslated. Because that is just, there's no words to have two H's like that. I think this puzzle is mistranslated. Okay, here's what I think. I believe what has happened is all of the X's have turned into V's, and all the V's somehow have turned into these symbols. That makes a lot more sense to me and is actually something I can decipher. So that means that this is not an I. It would be a D. And this one is command. New command. New command subject. New command subject woman. Delivered. Oh. Oh, Steve, there it is. That will be a delivery. And then finally Wharfdale?
Elementary.
Yeah. New command subject woman delivery Wharfdale 17.
My dear Watson, I congratulate you on your investigation. This letter seems to well and truly confirm the organized trafficking of bodies in London.
My God, how dreadful.
Watson, we must go to the address that appears in this message. I would suggest you take your weapon.
It hasn't left my side since the beginning of this whole affair, Holmes.
I'll also be putting on my workman's disguise again. One never knows.
But what about me, Holmes?
Stay as you are, Watson. At worst, you can pass as my employer. Find Wharfdale Road on the map of London, Watson.
Understood, Holmes. Yes, I have, Holmes.
Hey, TK.
Here we are, Watson. 17 Wharfdale Road. Let's be careful.
You think so, Holmes? This house seems to be abandoned.
This part is what I've been looking forward to, and it's also the reason why I label the Twitch stream, the stream as it is. Did you have the content warning before? No, that is completely new, because this game has a lot of themes and also depictions that could be triggering to people. So I decided it'll be best to just have that content warning up there.
This rope seems strong. It is sure to come in handy.
Okay.
Closed. This lock is solid but very old. I should be able to force it. Given the layer of dust accumulated in the square, this door must rarely open.
Okay. We need to...
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it. Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently.
It's a frequently used passage. Nice graphic issue right there. Yeah, here we go.
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin holding it is stuck. This wheel is in good shape.
I think I could probably... Oh yeah, I can cut this down, I think. There we go. Why we didn't just tie it down, I don't know.
This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken wheel, of course. This stone was blocking the wheel. A tarred cover. There, this piece of tarpaulin is very thin, but solid enough for our purposes.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
What the devil are you doing, Holmes? Okay, I don't have... Need more.
No, I can't do that. Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through. But first we have to get ourselves up there.
You are joking, Holmes?
No, Holmes has been very serious. Okay. Can I use this cover on this?
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible.
Okay, I'm trying to remember. Sometimes I have to go into third person just to see if there's anything I'm missing.
This trolley seems to be in good... There, by sliding this piece of tarred tarpaulin, I was able to quite simply force the lock. Let's go in.
Incredible.
Okay.
Some makeup applicators. These little metal instruments are rather curious. I'll take one.
Okay. There's no... Okay, there's a door there.
Closed.
That one's closed. I think this one is also closed.
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
Okay. Impossible to open, but we have this now.
This little instrument will serve perfectly as a pin punch.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
Yeah. He says that multiple times. I even think you can walk up to him and...
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Oh yeah, never mind. He says that every time.
Elementary.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
3 times! 3 times he says, what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
This stone was blocking the wheel.
Right. All
Excellent.
that...
Now, onto the next step.
All that just to get up there.
Look, if we lift a board from...
You are joking, Holmes?
Okay. There.
Look, if we...
You are joking, Holmes?
I didn't click on that. I clicked on...
I need something.
You need something, okay. What would that something be, Holmes? It's probably something inside the house again. I missed, probably.
These jars contain chemical products. I have no idea what they are for.
There.
A trapdoor. We must find a way to get down through it, Watson.
Incredible.
I need something.
Okay.
I need something. I need something.
Oh, this is where you
Excellent. Now, on to the next step. I will go down alone, Watson. Try to cover for me if someone should happen along.
Understood, Holmes.
Alright. Oh, excuse me.
Rings, wedding rings, gold teeth. I don't imagine where they came from. Pincers. Hammer. I'll take it. This old box must have held nails a long time ago. Nothing of interest. This may come in handy.
Alright.
This may come in handy.
I say that every time instantly. Nothing else there, okay. Now let's,
It is a stretcher that can be dismantled into 2 pieces. I have to find a way to take it upstairs, I think. I'll be needing it. A coffin, recently made and already broken. Clothing that appears to be destined to be incinerated. Pointed poker, this is sure to come in handy. Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently. Closed.
alright,
Here's an electrical mechanism. Turning the handle should supply it with energy. Ah, it would seem that there is a broken connection.
okay,
No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. Excellent. Now, on to the next step. This box is broken. The wires must be reconnected. Pray, think.
the wires must be reconnected. Okay, well, let's reset that. There we go. Reset that. We need to connect it in a way. Probably the other way, actually. Yep. Maybe I can do this. No, I cannot. No, it has to either start or end up there. So let's start it up there. I know what to do. I just ruined it. Great. There we go. That was the easiest one.
Elementary.
That's good, Holmes. I don't know why you brought this thing back up, but I can take it.
Perfect, Watson. This bent key just needs a little repair job to make it usable. The fuse box is burned. The lift is blocked. I'll have to find another way out.
Let's put the key here. Wait, I need to...
This may come in handy. This may come in handy.
Yeah, can you actually place the key there, or is he just gonna say it can come in handy? Oh yeah, no graphical bug. Love to see it. Why did I get the hammer and bing?
This may come in handy. This may come in handy.
I'm confused why I have the hammer and a poker.
Closed. Closed. Closed.
Is it for this?
A coffin recently made.
No. Wait, I need to have the key selected when I click on that? No.
This old box must have held rings, wedding rings, gold.
What am I doing? What have I missed? I've seen everything down here. I don't know why I grabbed the hammer and the poker. What to do?
Clothing that appears to be.
I can't interact with that. I'm confused. I can look at this table.
This may come in handy.
Oh. Oh, for crying out loud. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but...
Let's hope that it really is the key to this door.
And so, Holmes?
Alright, we take them out here. Oh yeah, I forgot this happens with this bottle. It just becomes invisible. It's supposed to be over there, but the game unloaded itself and then reloaded it and then forgot to remember it. Open the goddamn door. Okay, Watson, where the fuck are my shares?
What are we doing, Holmes?
What I'm doing is wondering why you didn't get us our fucking shares. Wait. Oh, now I can open the door. Okay, sure. Thanks, game. Yeah, they were supposed to be there. Okay, so that's why we got the hammer. Because now we can break this apart and make it into a ladder.
I hope this ladder will support my weight.
And I need to get rid of that.
Let's go.
And go in here.
God, Holmes, where are we?
For us to find out, my friend. This woman is dead, Watson.
Yes, several days ago, Holmes, but the body is perfectly preserved. No odor, no visible decomposition.
Glass eyes in all shapes and all colors. It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
5. Oh wait, I think I remember this puzzle. No. We'll figure it out later. We have some other stuff to look at.
This cheap jewel must be an accessory of some sort. This door was recently reinforced. This may come in handy. Look at this photo. It is inscribed Ethel Broomstreet, 1851 to 1878. This young woman who died 10 years ago looks like the one stretched out on this table.
Oh.
Strange smell. What do you think, Watson?
A zinc chloride solution without a doubt. A product generally injected into cadavers to help preserve them.
Look, Holmes, a label from the London hospital. It must be a corpse stolen from the London hospital.
That line read is something, alright.
Someone made up this corpse. The lips have been colored and the rings around the eyes carefully camouflaged. Yes, somebody wanted to give the impression of life.
To what end?
Amusing.
I missed one thing.
These clothes are new, just like the deceased's dress. I imagine her clothes were changed. Watson, this corpse was embalmed and made up and dressed to look like a woman who had died 10 years earlier.
Souvenir of Liverpool, autumn 1883. I'll give you my love, my Alexis, mum.
This old photo shows a young man dressed after the fashion of an employee in front of a shop. The man in the photo taken in 1883 and the one on Prince Raskolnikov's leaflet are one and the same, and no more a prince or a Russian than you or I, Watson. All is clear, Watson. A charlatan passing himself as a prince, making the dead come back by using corpses as puppets.
Which explains the disappearance of corpses at the London hospital. It was to fuel this sordid entertainment.
Jesus. Alright.
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
It's the only thing we haven't solved yet. Now it's a 0. I tried to remember what you were supposed to do.
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
Now it's a 5 again. I don't actually remember what you're supposed to do here. What is supposed to box? Wait, I missed something.
Some makeup applicators.
Okay.
Someone made up this call.
To what end? Holmes, I hear a cab stopping in the courtyard. Someone's coming.
It is probably the dealers, Watson, but instead of running, what if we were to meet them, if we managed to win their trust?
You are joking, Holmes?
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
I don't get what I'm supposed to do with this puzzle box. But also, God, what do you think, Watson?
What do you think, Holmes?
No, what do you think, Watson?
What shall we do, Holmes?
No, what do you think, Watson?
And so, Holmes?
Stop making it about me. What do you think, Watson?
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Alright, let's go then.
I'm missing some information.
Well, fuck you, Holmes.
This door was recently reinforced.
Okay, so I need to solve that goddamn puzzle box.
It's a
but I
puzzle
don't
box.
know
Let's see if I can open it.
how to solve it. I think I'm gonna have to look up a guide on this one. This just doesn't make any sense to me. And unfortunately, it's not gonna be the last time I had to look up a guide. Oh, this is Jack the Ripper. Puzzle box. Let's see here. Seen the wheel, and then let's see, what is it? Numbers are disappearing if the last digit in the sum of the numbers in a frame will be identical to the red digit displayed on top. For example, on top you have 8. Frame should be digit 882. So okay, I think I understand what it says. So it has to total the number with the final digit. So we have to get an 8. But it has to be 3 of them? It has to be 3 or more. Now I don't know why that one doesn't count, because like that clearly would make 18. Hold on. Did I forget something? I did not forget something, did I? No. top you have 8. The total, the frame should be on digits 882. That's what it is. I don't get it. I'm gonna see if I can find. So there's this one website which is like it always gives you hints. Let me find. Let me go to walkthrough again because let's see what this. Universal hint system. Let's go with this one real quick. Further investigations. Investigating organ trafficking. How can solve the upstairs puzzle box? Notice there are 20 different one-digit numbers on one light colored wooden piece in the center of the board, plus one more number digit. Yeah. Fuck off. Why do you have... Okay. That... Thank God I looked at that thing because I mean, yeah, okay. There's a big fucking button that says accept. Yes, I should have figured that out. But I didn't. Now did I? Oh, god damn it. Alright, this ends with that much. Yeah. If I want to get 2 from this, I will need that. 1 from this. Could I get? I can get 11. 3 from this. That. 1 from this. 1 from this. 6. And that. What can you give me? 0. These. That. Okay.
There we are. Magnificent.
So stupid. Whatever. We got the thing.
The square object is very unusual.
Hearing the information that the boss was able to find about the client Ethel, loved pink and spoke in a composed and soft voice. At the end, she couldn't do more than whisper, but she was still able to sing some of the Schubert tunes that she loved. She would undoubtedly have been virtuoso on the violin if her husband hadn't impeded her instructions. Pink robe. Okay, this is just.
This letter speaks of a sign of recognition. Interesting.
That was just for her to know what she should look like.
Someone made up this call.
To what end?
There we go. The sign of recognition will be this. Okay.
Oi, what you doing there, you? It's private in here.
Calm down. We aren't here as tourists. We have come to collect our packet.
Oh, well then, you just had to say, I was told that you weren't no tramps, but I weren't expecting that you was... Given your get-up, I guess your boss.
Yes.
Well, the subject ain't ready yet. I ain't done with it yet. You'll have to come back.
Well, that's, a real problem.
Say, we have a personal order too, for some organs. You wouldn't know where we can find them.
What type then?
Kidney, uterus.
Oi, I don't hack up my dollies. That's the work of an artist.
But you wouldn't happen to have a colleague who might furnish this type of item?
No, you can't make a copper doing that nowadays. Since the bigwigs made it easy to get stiffs, the medical schools are bursting with bodies to carve up. Docs and students have got all they need. Business is dead. For a few coppers, hospital bloke might help you out, but I don't know for sure. They'd be right in for it if they got caught. It probably just ain't worth it.
I understand. And what do you do with the corpses once you're finished with them?
I don't bother myself with that. But one thing's for sure. After the seance, they're good for nothing but chucking out. I ain't Napoleon's embalmer.
Alright.
Well, if you'll excuse...
You've got a funny way of talking, you.
Oi, it's normal. He's a brain, you see. A thinker at that. Seize you round, old man.
So, Holmes, the corpses that have disappeared from the London hospital are used during seances. Nothing to do with organ trafficking.
Yes, it all suggests nothing of the kind is underway in London. In the medical world, all dealings would be visible, not to mention unnecessary. The crook we met confirmed this viewpoint. It's hard to imagine, therefore, that our Whitechapel killer perpetrated these massacres with the goal of selling the organs.
What lead should we follow now, Holmes?
Try to learn more about Tumblety. This squibby should give us some information, but first I must stop the journalist Tom Bulling from harming him. I hope my secret police will soon have some information on him. While we wait, Watson, I would ask you to inform your colleagues of your recent discoveries. It would be good if these morbid, ghostly spectacles stopped, and this will need to be done at the London hospital.
You are right, Holmes. Another false lead followed by the police, Holmes? Yesterday's Times says that a John Fitzgerald, who had claimed responsibility for the murder of Annie Chapman, has finally been released. He was, it says, lying.
That's of little importance, Watson.
It's incredible. It's been more than 3 weeks since the murderer struck, and the tension is as strong as ever. The press won't stop talking about him, and people are still full of fear. Perhaps the killer got what he wanted, people talking about him, and has chosen to stop committing crimes. What do you think, Holmes?
I doubt it, Watson. Everything leads me to believe that he is in hiding and waiting for the right moment. The area is packed with police, and that would obviously hamper his work.
You think he will start again, Holmes?
I have every reason to believe nothing will stop him short of his arrest or his death. Sadly, our investigation has reached a dead end, and I fear that we'll need another victim to get back on track.
Yes, how awful. And what of the case of the burnt mat? Have you resolved that?
Oh, that's a matter of little interest, and resolving will be of no benefit, above all to Miss Fleming. Ha! I hear the footsteps of my faithful Wiggins on the stairs. The game is afoot again, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, the scribbler resurfaced. At last word, Pounce saw him racing to Central News Agency where he works.
Excellent, Wiggins. And still nothing on the doctor?
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. He's one sleek yank, but we'll find him.
Good work. Here's something for you. I must leave you, Watson. If I can get my hands on this Bulling, I will have much more interesting news on the bothersome Tumblety. I have only to change. If you can, Watson, I entreat you to stay here and await my word. We may not be more than two when the time to act comes.
You can count on me, Holmes.
Alright. Have I received anything else? No. Any conclusions? Oh, there's one new conclusion. There are no organ trafficking in London. Wow. He certainly went with that conclusion very quickly. Like, one place is not doing it. There are no organ trafficking. Okay. No, wait. I need to go to the...
I have no reason to go that way.
That's the wrong one.
I must go to the Central News Agency. I'm at the press agency where Bulling works.
Did he go in his rag? Okay.
What do you want?
It would be very informative to search Bulling's desk before meeting him, but first I must get rid of this bothersome person, perhaps by offering him a scoop. Good evening. I'm looking for Tom Bulling, the journalist.
He isn't here. He must be sleeping off somewhere. He gave me a tip. He wanted to save a scoop for me. He always gets a good dirt, and yet when he comes in here, it's just to warm his behind. Look, he pulled his desk over the stove.
Well, I got you some scoop.
Listen, Scoop, I'm bringing it over. Only if Bulling isn't here, I'm leaving.
Wait, what's this scoop?
Bulling promised me a reward for info. There's a charlatan who does spiritualist seances that are a little bit special. He steals corpses from the morgue, puts makeup on them, dresses them up, and then uses them as puppets.
I'll give you your dues. We'll pay you if this info is true.
I'll write down the address of the hideout on the crook's leaflet, but the police will be in on this one, so you better get there in time.
Understood. I'll go alone. Too bad for Bulling.
Hey, you wouldn't have a little something in advance?
Look on Bulling's desk. I know that he always leaves a few coins around for his snitches. Cheers.
Watson won't be pleased that I'm divulging the case, but I don't see any other way.
Ooh, money.
This is Bulling's desk, the one closest to the stove. Some coins. I will take them. That will avoid suspicion if the journalist returns. This may come in handy.
Another rag.
These are Bulling's notes. They are of little interest at the moment, but one never knows.
Okay. Oh.
A charred match.
That's everything on this desk. Permit me to defend myself against slanderous accusations brought against me. You were not lied to regarding the facts. Mr. Bulling spends all of his time in the most edges of pubs, but I am only doing my work as a journalist. It is during these outings that I can find the best information because I am thus in contact with the common man. Let me prove to you, dear boss, that I can bring to this agency what it deserves, the most extraordinary and most stimulating information for.
Even handwriting, yet fairly recognizable. The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot. Bulling recently used the stove. A torn piece of blotting paper. Curious, curious. It looks like someone wanted to destroy this piece of blotting paper that had red ink on it. I can make out a few more letters, but backwards. I need something to help me.
Few letters, but backwards. Oh, here's a mirror.
By putting this piece of blotting paper in front of the mirror, I can read what is written.
Information: the Whitechapel killer. Call by telephone WA.
Apparently, our journalist gets his information by telephone too. Sadly, the name is almost erased.
Mr. Moore, I have noticed that one of your employees, Thomas Bulling, arrived at the meeting in a state of inebriation. I must ask you to take care of your team's discipline. I know that you indulged this journalist given the explosive information that he managed to flush out, but his behavior is unacceptable. This should not repeat itself, or I will hold you personally responsible. The assistant director.
Bulling's boss, Mr. Moore, seems to be protecting the journalist. I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches.
Okay.
A mirror.
Yeah, there's only one thing I haven't tried, and that is...
If I telephone one of Bulling's contacts pretending to be his assistant, I might learn something of interest.
Okay. Wait. What happens if you... Oh my god, this is really the thing they went with. What happens if you...
I need more information.
Oh, wait, okay. Whale speed. One four one. No, 1 4. 3 1. No, wrong way.
I need more information.
Okay. I guess I need to know which person I'm supposed to contact.
Queen Victoria, to keep the journalists on their toes, I suppose.
Oh wait, I'm fucking stupid. It's right there.
Walesby 1875, an ingenious way to save his contact. Central, Walesby 1875, if you will. Thank you, I will wait.
Walesby, I am listening.
Hello, my dear man. I'm calling on behalf of Tom Bulling.
Bulling? So you know where this hypocrite, this liar, this...
Not at all. He is currently unobtainable. In the meantime, he has left me with a note asking me to pursue his work, and he told me that you were aware...
That's just great. I dropped everything off at his agency, but he didn't even bother to do the same for me. Tell me he at least gave you the information that I was asking in return.
I am ready, sir. I'm listening.
Do the police have a suspect for the bizarre theft of cigarettes and carrots that took place at the Commercial Street Market?
Oh shit.
I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches. I am ready, sir. I'm listening.
Do the police have a suspect?
I think, according to Bulling, that Inspector Lestrade's team is looking for a rabbit with a bad cough.
Ah, damned Bulling. One day he'll be in some serious trouble for mocking the police. And now, can you tell me, with regards to the parliamentary scandal, what did the head of the Whig Party respond to the Tories who were treating him as a great incompetent?
The head of the Tories, he's searching for a rabbit that coughs. With regards to the parliamentary scandal, what did the head of the Whig Party respond to the Tories who are treating him as a great incompetence? No. Why did the thing think I was talking? Oh wait, I think it's because I'm... hold on a moment. Ow. There we go. I think it was confusing the band-aid on my lip as my mouth. Hopefully that fixes it.
According to Bulling, the head of the Whigs said, "Vote for me, I will be your best representative."
Good. That'll make for a good paper. There is one last question. According to a government social study, civil servants make the best husbands. Why?
Civil service makes the best husband. Why?
I believe I can confirm that it is because civil servants aren't tired and have already read the paper when they come home from work.
Very true. Good. It seems like Bulling has finally done his work.
As everything is all in order, can you now tell me where the information is that you sent to the agency?
Yes. There is a large brown envelope near the dispatch cabinet. It's in there that we exchange our tips with Bulling.
1,000 thanks. Goodbye, sir.
My salutations to Bulling.
Alright. That means going through this shit.
There are several documents in this file. Let's see.
Spring-Heeled Jack, the Terror of London, fantastical character, first appearance is... Okay, yeah.
I wonder why Bulling is studying this tale about Spring-Heeled Jack so meticulously.
The Terror of London, Spring-Heeled Jack, the Phantom Killer, the Butcher's Blade, the Whitechapel Butcher, Dr. Death, the London Ripper, the Bleeder, the Bloody Reaper.
What does that mean?
Mr. Charles Moore, I thank you for this testimony of the Whitechapel Killer that you followed. Not easy authentication. Do not hand over to the press. Work by invitation. Press without my invitation. Thank you for your collaboration and your discretion. We won't forget this, Inspector Aberdeen.
Well, a piece of information about the murders transmitted exclusively to the police without informing the press. That has piqued my curiosity. Perhaps I should go to the police station to get more information.
Tom, about the letter. Given the thanks from Inspector Aberdeen, I think that they took the bait. Even if they were defending themselves, think of the second. Think of the second. We must be ready if he kills again. Either way, we must keep up the correspondence. Be responsive. To this idea will save us. We will get the information firsthand, and we will make history. But stay quiet and keep a low profile. Not really in the know, and you will be the first one who gets it if there's trouble.
What does that mean? I have inspected everything, but there's no sign of Bulling. He must have dashed off to his HQ, the Wasp's Nest. However, before I go to see him, I should find out about this mysterious information. It could help me get something out of the journalist. To the police station, then.
Alright, so we're gonna head to the police station.
Let's go to the police station.
Are we still in Rag? Or did we... Yeah, okay.
Come. Back again, are we? Come this way, good man. The inspector has a few questions to ask you. Here is the man, Inspector.
Congratulations, Humphreys. So, my lad, one would say that you owe us a bit of an explanation for having left something with us. What is your full name and profession?
Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective.
Well, how about that?
Mr. Holmes, can you explain this get-up, your presence in the neighbourhood despite my instructions, as well as this most opportune restitution of jewels?
Firstly, I should tell you that not being under your command, I never understood what you said as an order, but rather as advice. I thought I would be wise to follow them to a certain extent. I intended to explain the stolen goods sooner or later. My presence here will allow me to fill you in on a few conclusions that...
If it is in regard to the Whitechapel murders, it won't help us much. We have no doubt that we will be revealing the identity of the murderer to the people in the area in a day or two.
I'm impressed, Inspector, and I offer you my sincerest congratulations. Nonetheless, you should investigate a certain doctor.
Listen, Holmes, let us do our work. You've rid us of a great pain in the rear end by finding those jewels for us. It's weeks of work that you've saved us. But I think you're a little underqualified for a case like that of Jack the Ripper. Until it's over, I demand that you do not set foot in the area. Is that clear?
I take note of your advice, Inspector. You mentioned Jack the Ripper. Pardon me, but you know the name of the murderer?
Oh, it's from a letter that the Central News Agency sent our way. It was written by the killer. And even if it can't be proven, it must be recognized that the signature is striking. This information is confidential, and I would ask you to keep it to yourself, Holmes.
Can I have a little look? Out of mere curiosity, Inspector. Then I shall disappear.
In that case, I don't see any objection.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this right now. For any inspired game developers that are planning to make a game in the future, I love your enthusiasm, and I hope that that you go through with it. But please, for the love of God, if you have subtitles in your game, go through the trouble of updating them to actually match what the people in the game are saying, because it's really hard following what he is saying when the subtitles are different. Thank you. All right. Yeah, this is just the letter from the Ripper.
Me? Not up to discovering who Jack the Ripper is? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we, Inspector Aberline? I know who wrote the Dear Boss letter signed Jack the Ripper that Inspector Aberline gave me, and above all, I now know why. This Tom Bulling was inspired by this fantastical character to build a myth out of the Whitechapel Killer. Perhaps he would be receptive if I shared my discovery about him and prevent him from accusing Squibby. I must find him at once. My best bet would be to try my luck at the pub.
Off to the pub, which is over here.
Ah, Holmes, I got your message, and here I am.
Hi, Watson.
Perfect, Watson. That oaf Bluto is looking for us with evil intentions, and he may be hiding here. I will try to get more information inside. You, Watson, will be our lookout, and at the slightest suspicious sound, do not hesitate to call a constable on his rounds.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Bulling.
We know each other?
No, however, I have some information that may be of interest to you.
Talk, my friend. A pint for you if what you say is worth something. Does it have to do with the Whitechapel murders?
Indeed, I know the identity of the man who wrote a letter to the police, a letter entitled Dear Boss, in which the author claims to be the Whitechapel murderer and is signed Jack the Ripper.
What?
It's a journalist who was inspired by Spring-Heeled Jack in order to strengthen the credibility and the seriousness of his agency. This new Jack will give him some first-hand information that he, in turn, will dole out sparingly to the authorities, as well as some carefully distilled indiscretions that the big papers will come to beg of him. He plays both sides off against one another and becomes the chief orchestrator of the rumor. He wrote this letter in this very spot, and he has red ink on his fingers. Like you.
What exactly are you after, my friend?
You've been threatening a certain Squibby to distribute a telegram naming him as a possible suspect in these murders in revenge for an old feud. I would suggest you don't write this note, and that you leave Squibby alone.
I'd forgotten about the existence of that rapscallion. I threw that at him when I was visiting the station to get the dope. You should have seen his face.
You must also stop sending these letters that waste the authorities' precious time.
Right, well, I don't even know what you're talking about. I have a great relationship with the Bobbies. Just ask around. I don't have to answer to nobody. Now leave me alone.
Farewell, sir.
Good riddance. I have nothing further to say. Leave me alone.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think her pathing broke. Alright, well, let's leave.
Let's hurry to the police station, Watson. We are close to our goal. Squibby will be able to reveal what he knows about Tumblety. Squibby, so that's it. You're a free man again. We were just coming to the station to find you.
Yeah, the Bobbies agreed to let me go, and I came to see Bluto before ferreting you out. So, you've seen the newspaper man?
Yes, he is in the pub and everything is taken care of, but I'm waiting to hear what you have to say about Dr. Tumblety.
Okay, but we have to be quick. One night, I goes to see Bluto in his hideout that ain't far from the boarding house where this Tumblety bloke has a room. I see him coming in too. He must have been on one real binge. To the point, the Tumblety fellow was there, and he smiles at me, all nice like. He tells me he's a great Yankee doctor, but my business interests him. I'm interested, I tell him, but I'm not the type to just jump right in without getting to know a person, see? He invites me around to his room to talk business, just him and me. We empty a bottle or two, and all of a sudden, like, he wants to show me what he's got in this big trunk that he always carts around places. I just about vomited, see? In these jars, just like pickles, you know, there were pieces of meat. And he whispers that it's the lady bits of some old dames. He called them peckybins. I call them love killers, I would. Yuck! After that, he starts to go on about rich folk. They ain't nothing but dogs, and I won't tell you the worst of it. Then he comes all close to me and puts his sweaty hand on my leg. He was one of them types, not me. I don't wait a second before I give him a good thrashing, and I start running and let go of him, and he still wants to see me again just to talk business. But then I had to do time, so business.
Do you know where he can be found?
Why, ain't he in his digs? Maybe he got to liking life behind bars too. I heard that in some jobs there's a way to.
Thank you for your information, and we'll meet again, my friend. Here is the sum I promised to get you out of London.
Ciao, fella. I've just got a little score to settle with Bluto, and I'm heading for the country.
Oh, what's happening?
Lipski!
My dear Watson, we must strike while the iron is hot. We have avoided meeting Dr. Tumblety until now. The time has come to do so.
Do you have an opinion, Holmes?
We must assure ourselves that the factor collector of female organs and a murderer who removes said organs are resident in the same area at the same time is nothing more than coincidence.
Alright.
I thought that you wouldn't bring me back your keys. Oh, it's you, Mr. Holmes. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, it is I again. One of your tenants left without returning his keys?
Yes, it's Dr. Tumblety whom we spoke about. Shortly after your last visit here, some constables came and asked me a few questions regarding him. Barely had they left, and the doctor came barreling around a street corner and rushed up into his room upstairs. A little while afterwards, while I was tidying, I heard a thud in his room and a rush down the stairs. He left with most of his bags, but without returning his keys. You can go up and see if you wish. The door is still open.
Alright.
Careful, Watson. Do not walk around here until I've inspected these marks.
I know, Holmes, I know. I understand your methods. Ah, you have your rule and magnifying glass. I thought that you had forgotten them, Holmes.
I never forget the essentials, my dear Watson.
Alright. Wee.
Size 13.
Size 13.
Right foot, light trails. The man was running. Right foot, light trails. The man was running. Right foot, light.
Is there anything else worth looking at here?
This isn't water. Going by its sticky texture and odor, I'd say we're dealing with formalin. These are the footprints of a tall man who had recently stepped in formalin and who left this room in a hurry.
Well, can I walk on it and enter the room now, Holmes?
Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe. These brackets are rather unusual. What do you think, Watson?
Let's see, Holmes. These are the names of the battles from the American Civil War.
Okay. Let's look at around the thing first. Dear Francis, it's impossible for us to meet again. I am feeling terrible as pursuing our relationship further would put both my marriage and my reputation in danger. Must return to that life of love. Fleeting and physical, in which a few coins to these young men assures corporal peace and anonymity. I can't read these fucking text. These growing feelings that I have for you makes me scared, and I would prefer to shun this passion for the fear that it may never leave me. Perhaps we shall cross paths again one day in a discreet location where like-minded men meet. I know that you frequent them regularly. You never hide yourself. For my part, I will spend more time with my wife and girls in order to find the severity, and I hope to throw the veil of over our passionate embraces. All the best, Charles. It's putting aside our common past that this imperative regard for chess. Who knows what people have.
This Dr. Tumblety seems to be attracted to men more than women. That much is clear. So, the doctor has a handgun, and he would use it to restrain young men, perhaps.
Jesus. I do not understand how you found yourself in this situation. Your passionate discussion on the legitimacy of this war should have convinced more than one. I still remember when you imitated him during that meeting. You struck that very characteristic pose and you exclaimed, Vicksburg is the key. The war can never be brought to a close until the key is in our pocket. We all applauded. I was sure that even Lincoln himself would have applauded. During these dark hours, it was rare to have the occasion to laugh. So many deaths ending with our much-loved president killed by this coward and left to join those of the victory at Gettysburg, who courageously fell so that the next day the key would be in our pocket.
If this letter is addressed to him, it would appear our doctor is a veteran of the American Civil War. Vicksburg is the key. Now, that is interesting. These footprints are the same as those found in front of the door. There are a few pieces of a large glass jar in this puddle. The man who left the footprints on the ground must have walked in it while fleeing. These footsteps must be those of Squibby. He must have hit Tumblety, who dropped one of his jars.
And he ran out. Elementary, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson.
Okay.
Going by its size,
so we have to figure this stuff out.
Let's see. 5 latches, each fitted with a 6-number combination system.
So it's certain flags. I assume the winner of the war. Vicksburg is the key. I'm not gonna fucking bother with this. I don't know shit about about the Civil War. This is probably the most American shit so far. Blah 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 blah. Where's the? Here we are. Okay. So that's the solution. Got it. All right. Let's get the flags in first. And here's that. To 12, 4, 6, 1. Gotta actually maybe jump. I missed something here. I had the wrong hat. That makes sense. I'm getting a message. What is the message about? Never mind. It was not addressed to me. That's a 7, I think. Yes. And then
elementary.
There you go. Dumb puzzle. And now the detector's broke.
This is dreadful, Holmes. This trunk contains 4 jars in which organs are floating.
Watson, can you tell me at a glance what these organs are?
I would say that they are parts of female reproductive organs.
Are these specimens fresh?
No, and I am quite certain of it. From the colour and appearance, I'd say these organs have been in these jars for several months, if not years.
Let's go to Baker Street.
Is there someone here?
Yes.
What's going on, Finley? You seem to be in a panic.
The 2 police officers wanted to know if someone suspicious had entered here. The Whitechapel killer has struck again, and if I understood correctly, he killed 2 women in the past few hours.
Where?
I don't know. The police didn't tell me anything.
Quick, Holmes. We must catch up with them.
Certainly not, Watson. Mr. Finley, do you know if the doctor had any other pieces of luggage up there apart from this trunk?
1 or 2, I think.
Do you take care of the doctor's laundry?
My wife does laundry for the tenants once a week. The sheets likewise.
Would you be kind enough to let us know as soon as possible if the doctor shows up again?
Certainly. I'm just worried that he won't be back, you see, and I'm annoyed about my keys.
Holmes, I don't follow. The Whitechapel killer is, at this very moment, very close by, and we are just staying put, twiddling our thumbs.
The Whitechapel killer has always been nearby, and what will we do? Go back to the scene of the crime or crimes and mix with the onlookers and trample the crime scenes even more? No, our time will come. Let's return to Baker Street.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
Well, you was easily convinced.
We were less than 200 feet away from the first victim a few minutes before she was murdered. We might even have heard the murderer's voice, and we haven't done a thing for the past week.
You're the one not doing anything, Watson. For my part, I have been working, and as you know, I've made good use of this week by tracking down and verifying all of the solid facts on these 2 murders to write up the notes that are on my desk, read them over again, and try to gain a bit of perspective.
Okay. Note on the murder of, yeah, whatever.
I have read and reread them, but give me something to do then. A task where I can get stuck in, because...
Find me a slaughterhouse that will give us exclusive use of its block for an hour, and find me, in your opinion, which common animal shares the most characteristics with humans from a physiological point of view.
Pig?
I don't even know why I asked that question. Pray, find a dozen fresh pig's heads, Watson. Not big heads, I prefer small ones.
Sows?
That's it, Watson. As soon as you have done that, let me know. I request that you search in Whitechapel. Who knows, perhaps you will learn something about where Dr. Tumblety may be hiding. There is also no shortage of slaughterhouses and pig's heads in those parts.
Alright, we're in control of Dr. Watson. Now, do we have any more conclusions? No. Alright. In that case, we are heading to, This is a good spot.
What a ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me.
Oh, great. I need to go to Lucy.
I must go to Miss Bella's.
Are we going to Lucy's or Miss Bella's? Make up your fucking mind. Wait. It's my favorite character.
Out of the way, I don't like the look of you.
Yay! Out of the way, I don't like the look of you.
Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes, it's my uncle. He's no longer with us.
Please accept my condolences, miss.
Thank you, Doctor. But why are you here? Can I help you?
My request may sound rather strange, but do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
Do you know anything about the 2 latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Alright,
Ah, there's Fletcher's butcher shop. Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick butcher have got to?
let's see, it should probably be nearby. Where could a sick butcher have gone to? I mean, I guess that's obvious.
If Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis. A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury. He left London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh, no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys with family in the area?
He has none left, but he must have left Hardiman, the cat's meat seller, to oversee his shop. They're in business, they're good friends.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beep beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic. Besides...
Okay, I guess his dialogue ended there. Oh boy, bringing this character back again.
It's me that you're looking for, sweetheart.
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman? It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows up, and with him all the cats hereabouts.
Do you know where he lives?
Sure, and for a copper I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street, in the same place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Why did you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah, he's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife, and 3 months before that his girl, poor fella. He was in tatters, even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
Well, I must leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
To Hanbury Street we go. And that was there.
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed.
Beep beep. Beep beep.
Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman?
That's me.
I am Dr. Watson. I have come to see you about Fletcher's shop. I would like to use it for an hour or two, if you have the keys and your rates are reasonable.
Do you want to operate on someone in the butcher's?
Not at all. One of my friends needs it to prepare pig's heads.
Well, why not? Fletcher certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
What's the problem?
A problem? How so?
This morning, the neighbour above broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink.
So?
Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key, which is pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too.
Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed.
It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy, if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs.
Fine, I will try to find all of that. Well, see you later then.
Goodbye, sir.
Alright, so we have a key puzzle. Now the question is, what house are we planning on going into? I assume it's this one.
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
I assume wrong? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, no. But what a... Oh, how dreadful. Kebabs, the same as Hardiman's. So he prepares his meat here. My word. These are innards. This bag contains butcher's equipment. Where can I find a key with a simpler blade? On a worthless door, perhaps.
A worthless door. Oh, wait. Ah.
This key was left inadvertently. Indeed, there is nothing terribly precious inside. But what a stench.
Alright, let's head back here.
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this.
I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs.
Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
But why do it in the stairwell?
Offal bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen. Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings?
Ah, of course. But what about your poor neighbours?
They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. And I don't have a shop either.
Well, take Fletcher's shop. No one else is in there.
Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads? The guy who gets me my offal should have some. I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance. I'll do my best, Doctor. The caretaker of another building told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true? Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington Station. By the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences. Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths. My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease. Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories. Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for. As for me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together. Let's return to Fletcher's butcher shop.
Okay, he does it automatically.
Your heads are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day?
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
Alright. Control Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes, will you explain the reason and rhyme behind this masquerade?
Elementary. We shall conduct an experiment that will allow us to answer a simple question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession?
Alright.
And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
Alright, we need the knives. Like, we have our knife, but we need more knives.
There, this door is slightly raised. There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door. Elementary.
There we go.
While I prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives? A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins. Then find me a long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself, and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
Okay. 2 knives we needed. No. I did.
No, Holmes only needs 2 knives.
Okay, so can I put them back? Because these aren't the ones I planned to grab.
With the rule, I must find a large knife.
There we go. Okay. Let's read the dialogues real quick again. A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. And then a long knife is at least 13 inches long, no shorter than a sharp. Okay, well that's... That one is 11.
No, Holmes only...
Okay, can I put that back so I can measure this? Yeah,
size 13 inches.
Yeah, there we go. Put that away, and then this one, I think that will do it. Somewhat larger than a pocket knife. I think that's it.
Here are the knives you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp. Holmes, I must say that this experiment is making me rather uneasy, comparing animal heads to these poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this somewhat shocking experiment may help to end this massacre and save other victims, you can be sure of that. Look, these pigs' heads are still bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the 2 knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man, those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in Dutfield's yard, Miss Stride. With the help of these 4 knives, we are going to try to recreate these wounds on the pigs' heads and see what we can establish about the weapon or weapons used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3.
Alright. Let's get started.
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin. The wound is too shallow. Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh. Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend. The blade of this pocket knife is too thin to reach the vertebrae. With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow. This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
This one was...
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide...
You can easily cut the vertebrae, so it's not that knife.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard. Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh. In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin. This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice. It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp.
Okay, in that case, I think it's supposed to actually
Let's try to decapitate our...
Charming.
I guess it's supposed to be that.
Let's try to decapitate...
Charming.
Or the game will just not let me do it if I...
Let's see if these knives can...
I'm sorry, but select the right knife or knives.
Let's try to use these weapons. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. Elementary.
Okay, so...
Let's try to decapitate our...
Charming.
The blade of this pocket knife is too thin to reach the vertebrae. Elementary.
Right. It's the ones most
Let's
likely
see if these knives
to
can...
cause it.
Elementary.
But it's clearly this one.
That's it, Watson. The big knife. With respect to the opinion of the medical examiners who noted that a butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed. Furthermore, the Dutfield's Yard murder remains attributable for the moment to the Whitechapel killer, if we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner. Why not go there now? We will try to reenact the killer's actions that night. Our first objective will be to clarify one way or another the statements of Constable Smith as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the International Working Men's Educational Club, underneath which the murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest.
Yes, let's go to Dutfield's Yard or wherever, but quickly. I am in urgent need of fresh air.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Ah, conclusions. The same butcher knife was used in the crime against all of them. Wasp nest, that is over here.
Don't forget,
I love that.
May still
Just
be
that
hiding
both
here.
turning at the same
I will
time.
try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Hello.
I know you. You're Squibby's guardian angel. You weren't dressed the same last time, but I don't forget a face. No hard feelings, huh? Join me in a glass?
Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers, or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes. Let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. A bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls. Falls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify, and identified Long Liz Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas. I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
Alright, and turn around.
If you're looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place. Me, I'm just here to pour. I don't care who you is, I knows nothing, and I don't care neither.
A draft, my good man.
Here, sir.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working girl in a small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid. One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
And this is why we have this content warning.
And you know the victim?
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Alright, well, you have nothing else for
Very
me.
well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith.
It's probably this guy right over here.
Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What can I do for you?
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
Okay.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old, or even less. Say 28, or even less. 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say, but once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in three-quarter profile.
Alright.
Nobody else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
Alright.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard.
Alright, Dutfield Yard. Let's see here. It should be nearby.
Dutfield's yard.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright.
The interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location, Dutfield's Yards to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
Okay. Midnight, the club meeting ends. It will be right
Midnight,
there.
the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone.
12:20 a.m. It'll be about there.
12:20 a.m. The American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted.
Between 12:30 and 12:35.
12:30 to 12:35 a.m. Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package. 12:40 a.m. Eagle, the president of the club, enters the Workers' Club via the passageway through Dutfield's yard. He passed through Dutfield's yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened. 12:43 a.m. Israel Swartz passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride.
Okay.
12:44 a.m. Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, "Lipsky." The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, "Lipsky," indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable.
See here.
12:45 a.m. Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man.
All that happened in 2 minutes? It felt like it happened in like 10 seconds.
1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cart, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz therefore must have disturbed the killer. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson. 12:45 to 1 a.m. The murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
Alright, well let's look at the...
Watson, imagine the victim laid down there on the ground.
Alright.
The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards.
Has to be the right hand because it's been the right hand every other time.
Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils. The throat, there is...
No.
Her knees and dress, they are clean.
Okay. Let's go to the deduction again. Place all these out. The blow is given with the right hand. Mortal wound. That's just a guess for now. Murder is strong. Get a strong man. Bloody right hand, wrist, the carotid wasn't slit. The victim put her hand on the throat. Oh, so it's not a superficial wound in that case. There's a thin knife used on her. The killer is right-handed. And now I require more information. I'm not done here yet. Okay. Is the pool of blood not necessary?
Her knees and dress. Her right hand, her left hand, it is closed. Her left hand, it is... The ground is muddy.
Oh, that was all I needed. Okay. Let's kill that right. I don't have the correct ones here. Hmm. There we go.
We have two possibilities. The first is that Liz Stride's killer and the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman. No, that's not it.
The bag of pastels, Holmes.
The bag of pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes.
Bag of pastels, she'll held her sweets to the
Here
end.
we are, Watson.
Indeed.
Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m.
Okay.
We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead.
Okie dokie.
As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Okay, cool. Anyway. Alright, so... First exit.
Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson.
Alright.
Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present?
Dr. Watson, of course. Delighted. And you? I have known for a few days that you are a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Is that so?
You don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who gave me away, am I right?
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb and half a cake.
Half a cake? Holy shit, that's a lot!
So I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favor, that you do not reveal my identity.
You have my word. Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumors are circulating, but they are but rumors. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing. a few minutes before the body was found at the end of this passage.
Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the three men, my friend Joseph, left that night with two other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:45
It's probably just a common name, but I like to think
perhaps
that they
a bit
couldn't
earlier,
think of a third name for
when
a random character.
not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited. He saw a man and a woman in discussion at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other two, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of two rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
Okay, interesting.
After the murder, did these three men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about 5'7", light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the two, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomonovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again, and the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
Okay.
Closed.
Yeah, why did you try to go to that door, Holmes? Alright, so that leads to there. There's 2 more paths.
This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place. Nothing of interest here.
Okay. And then the final passage, where's that go?
This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. Well, let's find the spot where Edow's body was discovered. Nothing of interest here. Take the lantern, Watson. Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
This spot is very dark, Holmes.
That is probably why our murderer chose it.
Oh, I forgot how gruesome this one was.
Do these objects spread out by the victim remind us of anything, Watson?
The items are meant for a woman. The items belong to the victim. Not a word that you should be using. That's a little jikes.
Do these objects spread out by the victim? A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils. Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly. The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed. The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer. These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen. The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Oh god, I forgot how horrid this image was. Okay, this is why we have the gore warning.
The eyelids were cut off. The nose was cut. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side. The cheeks were slashed to make them thin.
Is there anything else on the face? Okay, no, that was it.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people, in this case those of the 2 policemen.
Okay. 1:30 a.m.
1:30 a.m. P.C. Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds. If P.C. Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
Okay.
I see you, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Okay. The murder hadn't yet taken place at 1:30 a.m.
Thus, we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30.
1:35, a man and a woman are in discussion at the entrance.
1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate.
Then at 1:24. 1:42, I mean.
1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the Church Passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
I have no reason to go that way. I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there. 1:42 a.m. PC Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there. 1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson.
From 1:42 to
1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Okay. Oh, Sherlock Holmes took 20 minutes to go from... Okay.
There, Watson. We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible!
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
Okay, deduction board time. Holy shit, that's a lot. Okay, let's start up here. The wound to the neck goes from the right and slightly oblique and descending. The blow was fierce and instantaneous. The murder is a bit shorter than the victim. No, that was something that they stated that he was taller. That would be superficial. Right-handed. Oh, now it lights up that screen there. Okay. Okay, it was the same wound as let's try. Never mind. Ow. They're one and the same. Essentially, just goes from the sternum down towards the groin. Not randomly, like an animal. There we go. Piece of Eddowes' white apron was cut off. The items at the victim's feet are very orderly. It's unfeeling and organized. Here we go. There we go. A thimble is found right beside the victim's hand. Well, she held a thimble in hand. Eddowes' liver and lungs underwent small incisions. This just... I like the first one I click is Eddowes' murderer hates kidneys. No, he knew anatomy.
This is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing just now? It was found just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go.
Okay, a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. Where the hell are we? We're at,
Let's go! There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found.
Okay, I remember this being like an alleyway. If I'm not mistaken?
I have no reason to go that way. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Look at these signs, Watson.
He uses the same thing for all of them.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in...
Oh, this is where, that's Isaac Solomonovich. Here, I think. There we go.
There's the spot where the apron and the message were found by PC Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's night time and the street is deserted, Holmes. That may come in handy. Who knows? A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
See here.
A watering can. That's...
There.
That may come in handy. Who knows?
Let's make a... Nope, okay. Ah, stick.
An old wooden pole. A merchant probably threw it out. A watering can. That's what I need. But I can't reach it.
Use the fucking hook that I made you. Am I supposed to use something else? What the hell is this? A box? Oh, crying out loud. Now I can reach it, okay. Alright. And some water. Nice blue water.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Alright.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met PC Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
Pull out lantern.
No, you aren't in the right spot with the lamp, Watson.
Fuck you.
No, you aren't in the right spot with the lamp, Watson.
What the fuck you?
There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson? No, you aren't in the right spot with the lamp, Watson.
Fuck off.
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
PC Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Liz Stride was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edaus not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
Okay. We will go back to... So, looking at the time and also just feeling the vibe of how I'm feeling, I think we're gonna go back to Baker Street. If something else happens afterwards, we'll do that, and then we'll probably be calling it soon. Because I gotta get some food in me. Oh, I know what we're about to do.
I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
Nothing else in this room? No.
We shall place our mannequins here, Watson.
Yeah, let me get the rest of them. Mannequin right inside the closet. This is Deerstalker, the one he always wears. I'm definitely missing something. There we are.
A wig. This will come in handy.
Yeah, I think I have everything.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Okay, all of the witnesses. Well, wasn't one of them. Then there's like, wasn't there like a really old one from, not the clinic, this guy, right? No? Okay. Scrap that one then. Documents. No, wait. That's police station. Where's there? And one more. We need one more. Who says they had seen, was it this guy? No. Who was the last one? was definitely one more. Wait, the bartender. Where is that dialogue? Should it not be here? There. No? It's not that. Who the hell was the last witness? This is a witness, right? No, it could also be a note. I don't know what the last piece of evidence is. Okay, I'm a little confused. No. God, doing this on an empty stomach is not good. Hold on, what exactly did Holmes say? Let me look at that real quick. As for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the other three, we have at least one person who claimed to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson? Is it that really old paper? Like one of these testimonies? Here it is. Okay, found it.
Bravo, Watson. There are our three witnesses.
Alright. Let's start with one. Light complexion. I think he said dark brown mustache. And then the last one I think is just this. Dark hair. Okay, the game basically told me I'm right. He had a deerstalker hat. What hat did he have? Small felt hat, like a cap in a dark color. So you had that one. Think. See here. A loose dark jacket. There's this one. No, black outfit. Which one's? I think that and that for the last one, maybe. Hold on. Brown deerstalker hat, dark coat. A doubt on this point. General appearance of the working class. Let's read this one more time. Blue Stark jacket. That could be any of them. This one specifically says a dark a white collar, black outfit, a small felt hat. 26 years old. They said he was about 30 years old. The last one, at least 40 years old. Okay. 5 feet 3 inches.
Excellent. Now on to the next step.
This one was 5'7".
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
Okay, so what error did I make? He's in his 30s. I've seen a couple 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more.
Excellent. Now on to the next
okay,
step.
Sure.
Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonovich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5 foot 7 inches tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5 foot 3 inches. Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them. As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two.
So,
bravo, Watson. Our mannequins have been recreated based on the correct accounts. Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson. Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colors. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same color as
yeah,
the
nice
other
try,
two.
game. You just changed the textures of the hair.
Therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson. Okay, Watson, let's give all of our mannequins the same hair.
No, wait.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair, the three witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility.
I think this one you just get just rounded down.
Excellent. Now on to the next step.
This one you had to also tolerance of years 7 to 10. I think this is just the same case. Yeah. Really pointless step, if I'm gonna be fully honest.
Perfect, Watson.
But this is all just to see if we can figure out the actual age of the killer.
Excellent. Now on to the next step.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible. Perfect, Watson. Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
What will Jack the Ripper do after committing the first murder in before committing the second?
Go back home or to a safe location, change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
It's the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
Do my work for
I'm in
me.
need of something.
Oh, right. The map's already there, so we just grab that stuff, I guess, and then...
First of all, let's place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
Okay. Annie Chapman was killed at Hanbury Street. Elizabeth Stride was Dutchfield Yard, I believe. Polly Nichols was Mitre Square, and I think Kevin was there. Then wait, what is this? No, Bucks Road. That is where graffiti found there. I think I got some of these wrong. Let's look at the documents real quick. I got Edo's Stride wrong. No, I did not get them wrong. Stride did die on Dutchfield's Yard. And Edo's at... Oh, Mitre Square. That's what I got wrong.
Perfect, Watson. Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest. You see, Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched, or that he could be recognized.
So, the killer lives at the center of this cross?
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other. Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
I was not paying attention to what Holmes said. Just narrowly escaped a car accident scam. What the fuck? What? You okay? Oh, what the fuck did you just say, Holmes? I was not listening. It was in Dutchfield's Yard and Mitre Square course was 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. 2 hours in each side for the murder. Okay, so I want to do this. A jerkwad tried to change lane without using signals to get into an accident on purpose? What the fuck? That's fucked up. I'm glad you're okay, but fuck that person. Jesus. So from here, no. Holmes, I don't know what you want me to do. And we knew it was scam because they then went the opposite lane to do a U-turn instead of the lane they wanted to change. Oh my god. So they're going to try and do it with someone else instead. Jesus. Trace an ellipse in which we can go from Dutchfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. The fuck is an ellipsis? What do you want from me, Holmes? Holmes, I don't know what you want from me. What do you want from me, Holmes? I'm gonna look it up because I want to start wrapping up soon. Not Coulson Street. We need to go to Baker Street. Part 1. There's 2 parts. Part 2. Please just show me. But I did that! Holmes, I hate you! Why are you like this to me? You're an abusive piece of shit. I did this! Holmes, why are you like this? Oh my God, Holmes. Do I actually have to? No. Even when I'm following the guide, I can't do this. You have click click in the middle of the third line and move the cursor to draw yellow ellipses on streets, Dutchfield's Yard, and miter squares. Then click at the place with graffiti and move the cursor to reach miter square. And finally click on it. Click on the area where two lines are drawn. Guess where the murderer is hiding. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't fucking get it. This guide is confusing. I had to look up a video guide. I think this is just a case of the puzzle being poorly made, because there's no way this is this complicated. I feel like I'm missing something. All right. Here we are. and stuff, which we already did. Here's the map. Okay. Let me see what I'm supposed to do. Come on. Oh, wait. I turned that off. Twisted, thank you. He's saying his long-ass message. Is the game just really picky? Is that what it is? Wow, even they have trouble. They're spending like forever on... Oh my god, the game is so fucking picky.
There we are, Watson.
Why does it need to be that big?
It's still rather a vast area, Holmes.
Yes, indeed.
Fuck you, Holmes.
Our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew
oh my
the
god,
acts
that is
he
so
committed not long
stupid.
before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone. Our killer must surely live inside this circle. Now,
I love them, but they're stupid. I love these games, but they're so fucking stupid sometimes.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion, his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed
I
one
think
or
those
more
are the
organs,
actual photos.
we ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak.
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety, Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson. When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him.
Okay, so I know I said I was probably going to call it, but I kind of want to keep going. So I'm just going to do a very quick safety save here. And I'm going to be just taking a very quick bathroom break. So I'll be back in about... I'm probably also going to get some food. So let's say 5 to 10 minutes. So see you guys in a bit.
You know me, the fighting freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gonna let it get to me. I'm just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. I'm just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. I'm just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying, you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep down Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkins in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. Had to back him up with a fist metal crackle. I'm hearing someone saying you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got leery. Just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here.
Alright, we're back, and the game died again. Come back here. Come back, game. There we go. And the audio. There we go. Okay. So I loaded myself up with a couple of sandwiches and some iced tea, and we're going to keep playing. Where did he say he wanted to go? The newsroom. Okay. That was there.
Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once. Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I must show Bulling something to make him believe me.
Alright. Oh, this probably.
What do you want?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
The traitor! He owes me if I find him.
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts from the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
Man, fuck you. Alright. This is the puzzle I thought we were gonna do when we were here last time.
The dossiers are full of papers in dated envelopes. I can't open them. That would be too obvious. How can I tell which compartment to look in? No categories are indicated.
Okay.
An envelope is torn. I can tell that this dispatch contains economic information.
Okay, so that's economics. I need a hint. To improve the dispatch filing, propose. Propose major info up high, except news in brief. Minor info down low, except police law. Thus, in future, propose also to invert news in brief, which is for the moment up high, and police law, which is actually down low. Furthermore, the weather section is almost always empty. Put it with the news in brief. Okay, so this is a note on what they want us to change, but not what. But it says what it is originally. I don't know what that is about, but anyway. So major input up high. I guess the thing has already been proposed, which means so police is low. I need to know where some stuff are. As the agency receives numerous dispatches, the filing system that you made appears to be too small, particularly for the world and society sections, which covers too much area and overflow into the boxes below. Police, law, and culture, respectively. Would you be able to furnish a device in order to keep only one filing cabinet? While awaiting your response, sir, please accept our best wishes. Okay, so wherever that one is, it files downwards. The blue envelopes from the dispatch compartment contains confidential facts and must not be discussed in the news. As a reminder, they contain the political personalities, essentially the royal family, and economic issues. This dispatch will be retained only to be discussed with Buckingham Palace or the minister giving us the authority. So anything that has blue is... So this or this would be politics. It could be either of them. And economic issues, and this one there already. This one suggests that major info high up, which this would be with politics. This would be the one that is filling over potentially because it's very full. So that would be, what would that be again? World and society. No, both sections are filling over. I can also tell that is the thing that we're actually looking for. So, world and society. There's another one. Like in the news, everything's in the balance. It could. Okay, here. Just imagine new lives, blah 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 blah. Yesterday I randomly placed a few inventions and science with politics dispatches. After all, they're all harebrained items. Given the compartments are one on top of the other, it would have easily passed as one of the news/errors. Okay, so politics is above inventions and science. So it could be like that. Yeah, got it. Really, only one letter for the weather.
These envelopes contain dispatches of police and judicial cases. Now, I need to open them discreetly. I must try to unglue the openings.
Okay.
Water. I need something.
Okay,
There, that will provide me with steam. Open, and it looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information.
Let's go. Testimony in the Smith affair. Blah 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 blah. In the Taburn case. I'm sure this is all interesting.
The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith. Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha Tabram. I must go to the pet shop.
Pet shop.
I must go to the pet shop.
We went to the pet shop and... Wait, is that the... Hey, it's Dude.
Excuse me, my good man.
We don't much like people with your looks round here. Understood?
You really only had, I had a few models.
Further notice, Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep beep.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Do you know why Mr. Solomonovich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
When was this?
During the day. The kids you were with the other day were there, they told me. They just came by to ask for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway. Ah.
Is something wrong?
It's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony, and her face and body were ravaged by the disease.
Her face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I'm sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Go see Dr. Gibbons.
Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
How's it going?
It's going great. We're tying up the loose ends because we have nothing further to add to the actual murders.
Ooh,
Hello, Doctor.
Yeah.
Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
Okay. Hardiman.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardiman, a cat food seller by trade who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Would you mind doing a HIPAA violation to tell me what happened?
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter. A disease
It probably
that
wasn't a
would
thing
have
back
attacked
then.
her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression. It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off. And the cheeks are chiselled, as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is, in this area, often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it. But if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction...
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Alright, so I don't know if this is an actual photograph that they took.
No, it's a drawing.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, this is a case of syphilis. And as mentioned again, the content warning for a reason, because he essentially just stated that this guy, who seems to have no idea what's going on, so it probably wasn't him, unless he is just lying to us. But the doctor is saying that he is the cause for why his daughter got syphilis.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah. And they dance around the words in this game.
Let's go to the cobblers.
I don't think so. I think it was pretty like.
Yeah, no. What I mean is, like, they dance around the words while still getting the message across.
If you say.
Because to keep the teen rating, they cannot explicitly say what happened.
Yeah, I get it.
Anyway, here's Isaac.
Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, how are things with you?
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem with his shop. What happened?
If I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, for right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us, saying, "It's a Jew who disemboweled these women." Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you. Very well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Okay.
And yeah, so this game brings up a huge topic with anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
So that's, I guess, why you have it.
Yep.
And
well. They even straight up used the word anti-Semitism in the game.
Yeah.
Because there was like a message left by the killer, which was anti-Semitic. Meanwhile, he is shoving that straight through his mouth.
Hello, Holmes.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Oh, you tolerate me as an observer, do you? Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
Milord, we hereby assure you of my entire collaboration. Hold on, how long is this? Okay. My entire collaboration in the affair, to which I must reply, no one will be able to cast opprobrium on our institution or ourselves. Our eminent colleagues support our policies, and they won't cooperate with the police as long as the higher interests that we serve aren't menaced. As you mentioned, we must avoid having to explain to the uncultured mass the exigencies of medical research. A general crisis of confidence will result in an inevitable amalgamation that the press would hasten to create between this and the hideous murders committed in the East End. I scrolled down and lost where I was. Okay. Gotcha, now I understand this question. To this end, I tactfully evoked the rumor that you mentioned in your letter when I met with Macaulay it turns out to have grounds, and these are the specific that I was able to obtain. 18 months thence, an American doctor in London did in fact contact certain hospitals. His approach was aimed at getting stocks of feminine genitalia, particularly uteri. He was motivated initially by the finalization of his research and of his publication. The doctor in question wanted to include a uterus specimen freshly conserved in formalin, with each of the research dissertations sent to each of the colleagues involved. A large quantity was thus necessary, and this doctor proposed to buy each of the uteri for £20 each. That's a lot of money back then. The house directors did not pay heed to these demands, of that I have been assured. Between you and I, my lord, we know what strange consequences would have followed these demands of the American doctor. The rumor of these unusual commissions made it toward the hospitals in question at the time, and has spread to others since. Simple day laborers employed in our organization considered that the gain of £20 could justify theft, perhaps worse. Yeah, that is a fair assumption. The identity of the doctor is unknown to me, but based on the recall of one of my colleagues, this man had the most impressive references. But after a bit of research that I didn't find the existence of any publication with an eventual correlation on this or the other side of the Atlantic. The man left London shortly after his pitch, it would seem. I could not help but think that he perhaps returned to London and has found someone who might furnish him with what he is looking for.
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right, And that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim. It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson. Listen, now you're already here, Watson, we may as well continue the investigation. Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study.
Alright. The fuck did the game want me to do? Go to the map, okay.
Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on the map.
So this is not an actual confirmed Ripper kill. I don't even know if this is a real person. But they added this into the game in order to... because they mentioned similar murders happening in the area.
Okay.
That is where Martha Tabram's murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter.
And
you see, this murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims 2 weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Tabram's murder took place in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these 2 cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape. My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower class background, a butcher seems very likely. However, it may be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows? That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait, and hope we see one of these 2 men before the killer strikes again.
At last, a long day's work done. How are you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still haven't heard any news from Whitechapel?
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows? Our killer may have brought justice upon himself, overcome by remorse and ignominy for his actions.
Not a chance, Watson.
You haven't done anything about the story of a kidney that was sent in the post and reported by the papers. Why not?
The killer left a message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is
yeah,
that
that's also based on a real thing that happened.
Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the
some like college students sent in a kidney to the police as a joke.
God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's that?
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the bobbies, but they've let him loose. Oi! He was looking round like a rat who's scared of his own shadow. He's gonna do a run at years.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is
afoot. Why is that the one time they change the dialogue? The subtitles will match the dialogue.
Thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my
shoulders. Every other time they don't change it at all, and I hate it. Because it makes it hard to follow what the characters are saying for me. Anyway, we have to go here.
Then don't read.
I need to read it.
Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he has a pistol.
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready and stay alert.
Zoom in.
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Who? But what is going on?
Bravo, Watson. I take
That's
back everything
the
I
most
said about
deepest
your
American accent I've ever heard.
Investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman. I already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir. We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol. Listen, tell us everything you know and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs which I hold dear and never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion. If you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes. Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating. No, sirs. Men, mankind, we are not made to soil ourselves with such animals, and it is my task to educate my peers, like the ancient Greeks used to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships, the only kind worthy of our intelligence.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question. Did you attempt to obtain any female organs?
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say, certainly. I know nothing more similar to an arrogant fowl than an English doctor. Yakety yak, always showing off in the courtyard with their haughty airs. And as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety. So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me, and not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come, Watson, let's not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Can we believe this man, Holmes?
He can't be the murderer, and his story regarding the organs fits. But we can't afford to take the slightest risk. I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him. Listen, lads, when Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
That's pretty dangerous for
Yeah, I was
children.
about to say. Wait, Holmes, are you sure about that one?
I've been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
Okay. Alright, the game gets us there automatically. Cool. Did it crash?
Oh no.
I really hope it didn't crash. Because I'm seeing the loading screen on my end, but on the stream it's a black screen.
Please, game.
How long would it take to get back to this point?
It depends. It doesn't autosave now.
No, it doesn't have an autosave, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Yeah, it sucks. But should be able to.
We can skip
cutscenes. Not responding. Yeah, we can skip cutscenes and we can skip dialogues. It's just a little tedious, but we can do it.
Yeah, it was quite a lot of dialogue, so we can just.
Yeah, hold on, let me just set this up real quick because I messed things up. There we go. Nope, I messed it up again. There we go. Right, load. Wait, nope. There's a resume button. Let's see where that takes us. This is my last save, I believe. October 9th. Yeah, okay, we're back here.
Nothing of interest.
Was it before I came here?
Actually, when is this? October 9th. The news. Fuck, it's all the way back there? Okay, this is gonna take a bit.
Ah, bullying is there. Hello.
What tip?
I'm show bullying something to make. I'm not winding you up, but I'm perfect.
Okay. And I think I can solve this puzzle without needing all of the clues.
Oh, is this from the beginning of the stream?
No, this is like 30 minutes ago.
Oh. If you don't remember, you can just pick up a guide or something.
I remember some of it.
Speedrunning. Am I right?
Yeah. Which ones did I get wrong? Oh, wait, these two? No.
Economy and sports, maybe?
No, sports is definitely there, and weather's there, and economy we know is there thanks to that hint.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look up the solution. Do I need to charge my phone? Oh, I do need to charge my phone. My charger is in the no, that's a bad cable. It's in the bedroom.
I can go get it.
Thank you. See here. Thank you.
While Oni is speedrunning Sherlock Holmes, it shouldn't probably take that long, but if anyone has any story, what happened in the weekend, or like how was your Halloween, yeah, feel free to talk about it. We would love to hear it.
That was the only thing I got wrong. Yeah, please tell us how your Halloween was. Okay. I need a kettle. I need a flower pot.
Water.
Make some
Cleft,
tea.
that will provide me with...
Right.
Yeah. It's to
These envelopes contain dispatches
yeah, I
of...
remember now.
Open, and it looks like... The information excludes the murder of... I must go to the pet shop.
What did you do, Tony?
during Halloween.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be focusing on doing this as quickly as I'll do it.
Okay.
So I'll explain later. I hope it'll be better when I stay at my nan's for a week on Friday. I'm sorry to hear this has been stressful.
I must go to the pet shop.
Yeah.
Closed until further notice.
I hope. I'm so sorry that you. That it has been stressful, but
do you know I'm Mr. Solomon?
I hope that you can relax now and recover from the stress.
Yeah, same here.
Is something wrong? Her face. What illness was it? Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
It's right over here.
I bought the latest Veilguard, the
Hello,
Dragon Age game, Veilguard. I pre-ordered it, so
actually,
I got the bonus gear.
Emaciation of the
yeah, and
let's go to the cobblers.
Sorry, I was just thinking, but it was so buggy for me.
Yeah,
I played on PC.
Yeah.
I customized my character like a half hour or something like that. And when I went back to the save later, the save file, my character was gone, and that happened to me all the time. But that was not the worst part. Sometimes when I went back to the latest save file, it was corrupt. Like the save file, I couldn't load the save file. And apparently this has happened to like many other people who play Guard as well. But luckily I could return it. I bought it through EA app to support streamer. So I could return it, and we just bought it on PlayStation 5 and it was actually cheaper.
Yeah.
If you bought on disc form, not through the store, not through PlayStation Store. That was like $20 more, which is wild.
Yeah.
Like,
it was cheaper because the place we went to had like a new release sale for games, which I never heard about, but they essentially made the games like $20 cheaper, which is $20 cheaper, which was great.
Yeah. And now we're pretty close at where we were at.
Can we be?
Yes.
Speedrunner.
On this
TM.
Here we go.
You are already ready, Holmes. What is going on?
I've been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to.
I find
buying
games, physical games, cheaper than digital.
We are lost, Holmes.
I didn't know
not,
that.
Watson.
That's good to know.
For the very street I'd hoped for, but as I
maybe I
wasn't sure
should
it was
keep
this
doing
one,
it.
I've made a few big detours in order
Sorry
to find
for
the right
talking
one.
over
I'll know
dialogue.
it when I see the
No,
name.
that's fine.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
But yeah, to recap, I should look through.
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
Oh, it's the
No.
My friend is a doctor. He can take care of you.
Don't go there. He came here and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him.
Get ready for the best dialogue read of all time.
Wait, save the game, by the way.
Oh yeah, I should probably do that.
So you don't have to.
Okay.
Like, I get mine £5
cheaper at my local toy store. Damn.
That's a lot.
That's great.
That's like a whole meal.
Yeah, it is.
At a fast, not a meal, but maybe like a latte.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So once again, gore warning. But we're about to have the greatest line read from Sherlock Holmes of all time. So your silence.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk. Wait for the coppers. Are they coming? My eyes are crying.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Fine, Holmes, and you? What happened?
Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street. You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home?
Take me home, Watson.
Was that the line?
Oh yeah, that whole thing is the greatest line read of all time. He just starting with the "My God," and then the "Watson, are you there? Where are you?" Follow with "Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?" I think we need to give you another checkup.
Literally.
I love that line read so much. It's so stupid. Like the new voice actor they have for Sherlock in the later games is amazing. Like generally a really good voice actor. But he doesn't have the funny factor of this voice actor who just clearly is not giving a shit. And I know, like, obviously, it's like Frogwares is indie developers. Like they had back then, getting good voice actors with the budget they had wasn't easy. Nowadays, it's way easier. Like a lot of voice actors will do in indie projects. They will do their absolute best.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
You should come and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders. The joint has been cooked medium rare. If only you would tell me what was in the courtyard.
The answer, Watson.
The answer?
Thanks to his lines,
Yes.
yeah.
The question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
How the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
How our killer set about
Drinking
reaching
and
the height of
talking at the
horror
same
by
time.
taking another victim, Watson. Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
Do you mean to say that?
Yes, that's what was in that room. You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Don't you think we should wait for the medical examiner's opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out.
Okay, so since this is the final Jack the Ripper victim, so this is the final act of the game.
Yeah.
Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor
Holy
woman
shit.
and inspect it in detail as well. Your help as a medical man will be invaluable.
Holmes, I feel a bit unwell.
Well, I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
My leg is about to fall asleep. There we go. Alright, first of all...
There were incisions in the rib cage, as if to
I probably should have
the
said
lungs.
content warning nudity. Oh well, too late.
I mean, this is gore, too.
Oh, it's gore. Gore of my comfort character. I'm kidding.
What?
No, it's a joke. It's a meme.
The liver was neatly removed.
Alright, let's put it back in there.
An organ is missing, apparently. I must specify which organ this is on my list.
Well, gee, I wonder which organ it is.
There we are, Watson. We have examined everything. The heart is the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a kidney, and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson?
And that's Watson's greatest line read.
Yeah, literally.
What?
It's still going. What? I forgot how stupid I was.
To think how you'd react if you saw a corpse. I'm returning to Whitechapel, Watson, to Isaac's. If the heart tells you to come with me, if the heart tells you a little wordplay there.
Oh my god.
Let's go to the cobblers.
What's like, Holmes, I will never speak to you again.
I'm like, I like that Sherlock was like, you can go away, Watson, if you think this is too morbid. Seconds later, Watson, watch this.
Yeah, literally. Alright.
Let's go to the cobblers.
And yeah, watch the state behind. Makes sense.
Beep, beep.
Evening, it's
Mr.
okay.
Holmes.
Alright, I guess we're confronting him now.
Good evening, Hardiman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch that bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not. Cats eat it regardless.
Oh yeah, if your clients are
Let me
cats,
tell you,
obviously.
I'd go as far as to say that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part, and as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Oh, yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Ah, well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yeah.
What the fuck, Holmes?
You know, Mr. Hardiman.
Oh, but
it's lucky
that's
for both of us
interesting
that the
information.
murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you as I'm doing now for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so. Right, farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Let's go to the cobblers.
Okay. Nope. Cobblers is over here.
Good evening, Mr. Solomnovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business of my cousin, I hate to say...
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And eating non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomnovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
His name is Joseph Hyam Levy, but I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
That street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square, am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
But if you will tell me...
Later, Mr. Solomnovich. Later. Let's go to
Yeah,
the
we are reaching the
Imperial
end game now.
Soon, all the puzzles.
Exactly. Alright, Imperial Club.
There's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Hyam Levy.
Now we are doing breaking and entering.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed. I have an urgent message for Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand. I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall.
Alright, so that's the entrance hall. I'll be taking that. 9 p.m. inform me do not how to become a citizen of Hermitage. I can't speak.
Yeah, sometimes when you read text, you're like mumbling.
Yeah.
So not anyone can hear what you're saying.
Yeah, my brain kind of just like reads what it sees and not anything else. I also realized I need to
read what it sees. What else?
Okay, that sounded really stupid. I know. I know it sounded stupid. Oh, what? Oh, I didn't mean to click on that one. The actor diverted the attention of his victims before killing them. Proceeded in the same way. It's the same man, and it's the same man. Great physical force. Definitely killed all of them. This is a new one. He's a butcher.
It's all coming together.
Yeah, I was supposed to do this during the games, during the game, but I didn't. Want to verify the health of the victims. No. Remove the orders when he could. The murder search app and the murder search Edos.
The murderer was looking for money. Victim stole from him, or money or
object of value.
Object of value. Yeah.
Yeah, worthless.
Poor?
Yeah, it's probably poor. He's right-handed. We've established that since Murder 2.
Well, you haven't done this in a minute.
Yeah, but I think I've established that the murderer is right-handed like 3 times.
Maybe Jack the Ripper wants to put the police on the wrong track.
And the speech waiting for found in ghouls in the which one?
Oh wait.
The score is set up with this.
Yeah, exactly.
Syphilis informs the patient's face. More to give the appearance. Suffers from no. Confronted with syphilis. I don't think we have all of the final conclusions, but
yes. We are close.
Yeah. What is that?
A note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumors about the Whitechapel murders.
Right now, community heavily constantly conduct must be shown now more than ever, as well as increase the vigilance. Jewish establishments, synagogues, shops, and clubs are like to become targets. All things must be stifled as much as possible. I also did not read this one, but it's just world building. Okay. How would I break in from elsewhere? Ah.
Cole, it's a service door and firmly locked. There must be a stockroom in the cellar beneath this room. There is a cellar window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing. If I can just get into the coal cellar, I shall be in the place.
Have you tried pushing the barrel?
This barrel is on a wooden pallet, but it is too heavy to be moved. I will need a pivot.
Need a pivot. Ah. There we go.
There we are. My pivot is in place. Now, let's find something to tip over this barrel.
Find something to tip over this barrel. Oh.
I like that we see the hand before the stick.
Yeah, before the object.
Yeah.
I should be able to make it tip over.
I mean, it helped.
Yeah. By the way, he could have just tipped it over. You know, like anyone else. That was so pointless.
Closed. The cellar window is locked from the inside by a simple iron hook.
Locked from the inside with a simple iron hook. Anything in the area?
We don't know how heavy that barrel was, so.
Closed.
True. We're trying to find something that can open the locked door.
In the later Frogware games, Sherlock Holmes Frogware games, there are always, you can always make your own kinda conclusion. Kinda. So you don't necessarily follow one conclusion, and I like that.
Yeah, same.
I like this also, but like in the newer games, you can even decide if you are gonna take the person to the cops, or you're gonna let them. I don't know.
Let them leave. Yeah, that's
exactly.
the thing. That's the thing I love the most about because and they kept that in chapter 1. The Awakened they went against that because it went back to a linear story.
Yeah.
But chapter 1 you were able to like decide who goes to jail and who doesn't.
Yeah.
Empty tin cans.
I'm not saying like it's bad with a linear story.
Closed.
But
empty tin cans.
I just thought about it.
I'm sorry, Game. How did you get the empty tin cans while I was looking at the door?
I mean...
Okay, can avoid that room.
Let's hope that it really is the key to this door. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. A page from an old Yiddish English dictionary. Court's proceedings. Curious.
About Jacob Levy, probably interesting. Okay.
Some square metal tokens. Curious.
Oh,
there is
boy.
a document.
I want to let you know that if your club needed a kosher meat when you have any special functions, I would be available to furnish it for you, guaranteed by a compliant abattoir. It will be delivered directly to your society at a time that is convenient. Reasonable prices. Do not hesitate to call upon my services. Jacob Levy. Refused on the advice of Joseph Hyam Levy.
There must have been litigation between Joseph Hyam Levy and Jacob Levy.
Oh, sorry, Levy, not Levy.
This
yeah,
must
no, he said Levy.
Inside.
That's
I
why.
need something.
And here comes the puzzle.
For is probably inside.
That
the lock on this chest is very sophisticated. Let's see.
Here comes the puzzle that I just don't get.
Yeah, they want you to like check the letters in the Yiddish letters, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Cause like,
but you can also just check a guide.
Yeah.
For this one.
I'm gonna just quickly make sure I'm not missing anything. Because the biggest issue with this game is that.
Oh.
Yeah, that looks like something you should be able to check, right?
Yeah, that's very interactable looking. I hope my voice isn't like too loud. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not like close to the microphone.
I won't find what I'm looking for in there.
No, you. I've been looking at the thing down there, and your voice has been perfectly fine.
Okay, but if chat is like, "Damn, you're too close to the mic," just tell me.
Yeah. All right. So unfortunately, as much as I would like to do this puzzle legitimately, there is no way I can understand what all this shit is.
I mean, it's meant that you like look it up, right? But that takes time.
Yeah. So let's see here. Actually, no. I can stay on this page. I just have to go forward. To the Imperial Club. Yeah, here we go. You must use the metal plates to open it. Just activate the main display plate. So there's another website. I'm not gonna look it up for this time. There is another website which gives you hints. It's an amazing website. I will probably at some point, maybe after the stream, I will be
using that one.
I'll be looking at it just to see what it is you actually are supposed to be doing here, because right now I'm just seeing numbers telling me where to place them, which isn't really learning how to solve the puzzle in the future. And if I ever want to replay this game again in the future, I want to be able to
solve it.
I solved it.
What?
I am so fucking stupid.
What do you? Oh!
But this makes me think maybe I'm thinking of a different puzzle.
Yeah.
Because this is way too obvious.
Elementary.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I might have mistaken this for a different puzzle.
Something.
You need something? Okay.
These documents contain.
This is the puzzle I was thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah. That was embarrassing.
Okay, but
because I thought that it was the same puzzle, but it is this one.
Okay, but let's see here. We know from Kabbalah the power of gematria that enables us to count everything in the world seen and unseen. Thus we know that Lester counts as 439, and he is blessed because 439 is also, which means the man of God. Dear Joseph, I did the counting of names for our club members, which is as follow. Mr. Baff is 403. B2, A1, and Thaw 400. Oh, okay, so it's basic
so
math.
It's like 4, right? 4, 1. Isn't that how it works? I am pointing at the screen, by the way, if the chat wondering.
Yeah. Apparently, TH just counts as this.
400.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, hey, 5, this hammer, MME, and E is AI like that, which means 70. Please tell Mr. Merle that provided his name is spelled as that is 346. So
you know what? I don't actually think it's that puzzle that we're thinking about. But let's see.
So if that is A, and we know this one is B, H is 5. Oh wait, I might have thought this puzzle was harder than it actually is for a long time. I just need to. Okay, that letter is there.
Yeah.
For Merle, and that's E.
Yeah. That's Merle.
But hammer is like that.
But try E.
No, okay.
It's not E. Maybe it's L.
It could be the L, yeah. But
no, okay.
Yeah, let's try the L. No. Merle.
Wait, it's here too.
Oh yeah, it is there. Lester. There it's S.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, well let's move back to this one later.
Maybe no.
This one is.
I would say R. For that one.
That's 30 down there.
Mm.
None of them have anything that gives them 30.
One, maybe 3. I don't know.
No. Oh. Oops, careful. Oh, M. Yeah, M. No?
But that's not M.
Okay, so the actual, like, these do not match with the position of these letters. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we know that. But, okay, so that's L.
Yes.
So, in that case, that is L, that is E, that is U in that case, maybe? Oh, okay, so sometimes it... Wait. It is... No. Here it is forward. Here it's backwards.
40 plus...
Something plus 200 plus... something.
Yeah, that's true, because they have math over here.
Yeah. Okay, this letter, that is... Well, that has to be M then, because of it being spelled backwards. So that is our E. And
R.
And that is our R.
No.
Abholmer.
Now, on to the next step.
And now we need to find Levi Joseph. Born in Aldgate, yeah, whatever.
Here we are. I have the address of this Joseph Levy, 36 Middlesex Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen.
Should I put it back up?
Yeah.
Okay. Born in Aldgate, 1841. Membership, April 14, 1887. Home address, 36 Middlesex Street, Aldgate. Profession, self-employed butcher at 1 Hutchinson Street, Aldgate. Dues, 10 shillings, 6 pence, April, yeah, that...
Okay, so that's like a receipt.
Yeah.
So it was a receipt.
Exactly. Alright, let's get back to the same way we came.
Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way.
So someone came out and be like, "Hey, why is this barrel down? Let's put it back up." Okay. There's a rope. Holmes, I don't think that is what another way out means. Okay, well we got all this stuff. Oh, we are not doing that. Okay, we are missing something probably.
Maybe put it at the door, or oh,
I can't
window?
get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out. No, that's not such a good idea. There's a meeting taking place. No, that's not a good idea. The watchman is still there.
Maybe we're all supposed to go. Wait.
I can't get out through the
Is
window.
it something on
it's
the
blocked
roof?
and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find
Maybe.
another way out.
This is something. Oh, there's a candle
This may
there.
come in handy.
Oh, and here's. We gotta light it up, right? And now what?
Yeah, why did we light this?
It's pretty.
Oh wait, I know why. Pop back down here.
We're gonna burn the house.
Right outside here.
Blast! My exit has been.
Wait. I was thinking we.
Blast! My exit has.
I was thinking we would use the gunpowder, but I guess that's for the future. So what are we supposed to do now then? Ah, there was one more thing here.
I need something.
Maybe the light.
Well, that's what I had.
I need something.
The rope. The rope.
I need something.
Oop.
I need something. I need something.
Okay.
I didn't try these.
I need something.
No, okay. Maybe now it's the.
I need something.
No, okay, fuck you too then.
You need to think.
Oh wait. Is now that we have.
I need something.
What the fuck do you need?
Maybe the hook and the thing?
I need something.
No, I tried putting those together and it doesn't work.
The light? No.
Nope.
Maybe we should
Closed.
think. What do they mean with the rope?
There's nothing else in this room that we can open. That door is just straight up closed, I think.
The kitchen. It's closed and.
Okay, kitchen is closed. Back in here. We have all the items we can pick up.
Closed. Closed.
Nothing to open that with. We still have.
I need something.
We've used the rope there.
Maybe we should check a tutorial.
Oh!
Wait.
Wait, there!
Something.
Okay.
Hook.
I need something. I need something.
No.
Okay, hold on. Is it rope again? Yeah. Okay. That's a little weird, but okay. And now we place. Oop,
The light.
now we place a candle.
Now
there,
let's
yeah.
quickly hide in that.
Yeah, this is the first thing I think about when I want to get out from a place.
Oh, yeah, that made a lot of noise.
Let's visit Joseph Levy at 36 Middlesex Street.
Alright. Now we are at the end game. Here we go.
Here I am in Middlesex Street. Let's find number 36.
37, 35, 32, 36.
Hello, sir. What do you want?
Hello, Ma'am. I would like to speak with Mr. Levy. Do you know if he's in?
I am Mrs. Levy, his wife. He's not arrived yet.
Do you know when he'll be in?
Oh, no idea. You know, he works at the butcher's and helps at the slaughterhouse. It often happens that he doesn't come in until early morning and then leaves right away.
Well, listen, as soon as your husband Joseph returns, tell him that...
My husband isn't called Joseph.
You aren't the wife of Joseph Hyam Levy?
No, of course not. I'm the wife of Jacob Levy. Mr. Hyam Levy used to live here with his parents, but he moved.
Mommy, who's the man that you are talking to?
But this poor child has syphilis. He carries the mark on his face.
Leave us, children. Go back inside with your brothers and sisters.
Yes, Mother.
As I was saying, Mr. Hyam Levy doesn't live here. He works in a butcher's near Aldgate, but I don't know exactly where. But if you find him, he will surely live next door. Butchers always live near their work.
Could you possibly give him a message on my behalf?
I don't see him often, and, well, even though we know him, we aren't on friendly terms, you see?
Is he bothering you, Mommy?
No, Simon, not at all.
That's a handsome boy you have. It's strange that he has light hair.
He takes after his father. Strong, with light hair.
Wait, he sounds familiar to me. A man of about 50 years old, very big, at least 6 feet tall, and left-handed, correct?
You are mistaken yet again. My husband is only 32 years old, no taller than 5'3", and he's right-handed.
Obviously, there are many Levys in the area. I will leave you, and I pray that you will excuse the disturbance. Perhaps we will have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell, Ma'am.
Goodbye, sir.
Oh my god. He matches the description of an average person with light hair.
Daddy!
I must return to Baker Street. Let's go to Baker Street.
I laughed because, like, how could you not see?
Yeah, could you not see Holmes standing there behind the stairs like, I am hiding.
I'm stealth.
Alright, Baker Street.
Well, Watson, not looking so good.
Whose fault is that, Holmes? If you hadn't shown me your masterpiece in clay...
Some actions have much larger repercussions than would be assumed at first glance. Listen, Watson, in a few minutes I will leave Baker Street in order to meet Jack the Ripper and put an end to his crimes. Beforehand, I want to go over all our discoveries to assure myself that everything is clear.
Jack the Ripper? You know the identity of Jack the Ripper?
Without a shadow of a doubt, Watson, and I assure you that we are in possession of all the elements required to determine who Jack the Ripper is. Would you like to do this work with me?
Oh, exciting.
Alright.
Perfect, Watson. Let's determine who Jack the Ripper is, Watson.
Okay. I think we have some conclusions left? No, okay, we're fully done with the conclusions.
Yes.
It is all just going it's all going to this little board over here.
Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them.
Alright. Yetru was confronted with syphilis. That is Hardyman and Jigaliwi. Whitechapel Killer is poor. That's... Oh, wait, yeah. That's these 3, I believe. He's a butcher. Abraham was a butcher. Hardyman's a butcher. And...
yeah,
was a butcher. The right-handed one, oh. Okay. light-colored hair and mustache. No one else here has that. Murder's 3 feet tall. Can I just place these on? Can I just place all these on the actual?
No.
Oh, there are places one that.
Maybe it's the butcher.
Yeah, I did.
That one.
Okay, so we need to also place these on
the other one.
The other ones, yeah.
Maybe he's poor too. I don't remember.
It could be, yeah. But he has a very expensive cane, is the thing.
Right. Does he have a light-colored mustache?
Oh, one incorrectly assigned is red. Well, at that point, let's just... we already placed that one there. But now we're really just...
Maybe read some of them.
I mean... I don't have to because I know this is the answer. I just need to figure out
which.
Yeah, because I'm clearly missing some. Okay, he doesn't.
I mean, like maybe the pros. Oh.
Yeah.
He has workman's clothes. Maybe more people have workman's clothes.
Nah, it was only those two.
So not him.
Nope.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
I guess he has physical strength. No.
Okay.
I forgot about that with Abraham.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's place the picture there. I think now it's just cutscenes.
And there you go, Watson. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper.
Fantastic, Holmes. And terrifying. But some aspects of this case are still unclear, at least for me.
For example, Watson?
Why does the man only kill prostitutes?
The man kills prostitutes because he blames them for the misery of his life. He must have frequented them assiduously, and during these nocturnal visits, he contracted syphilis, which he passed on to his spouse and at least one of his children.
Even Levi.
He is an angry man.
Yes, we solved the case.
Following a mistake that cannot be fixed.
I forgot about that with the
Why
heart.
does he only kill such miserable prostitutes?
He never had the means to afford prostitutes of higher standing than Nichols, Chapman and the others. At one point in his life he was forced to steal to make ends meet. This indiscretion cost him dearly. He was imprisoned and exiled from his community. He had frequented low-class prostitutes, thus it was they who infected him and they who must pay.
I haven't personally looked at it, but I have had it told to me.
To take vengeance on his own community, which rejected him and had more success than
this
he is a man
conclusion
who
is
bore
obviously
reputation.
Yeah, nothing here is real.
Because of his internment, so he took his vengeance.
There is no Jacob Levi who
exactly.
His knife on the uterus of a sick prostitute before using it. He passed Edow's kidney off as a veal kidney.
Why did he disfigure the faces of the last two victims?
Revenge yet again, Watson. This is what you did to my child. You will suffer the same fate.
And the piece of apron and the message at Goulston Street?
The only reason to have placed the piece of apron incriminating the message and attracting attention towards himself is that the people that Levy holds responsible for his arrest live in this building. The butcher's where he committed the theft is found
that's
in
a
Goulston
really
Street,
old document
and
we
the
got.
majority of the butchers who denounced him surely live close to their workplaces.
But finally, Holmes, why didn't his wife or anyone else notice anything?
His wife has many children and must be very busy. The man is a butcher, which must facilitate things when one is questioned by the police in the street and must justify the bloodstains on oneself. Furthermore, butchers often work during the night as the meat must be sold fresh each morning. His nocturnal absences were easily justifiable. Finally, he works in a butcher's or slaughterhouses. Nothing could be more simple than slipping a kidney in here and using a knife soiled with human blood there.
This story is frightful, Holmes.
Indeed, Watson. Lies, infidelity, venereal disease, murder, mutilation, and finally cannibalism. A complete anthology of what humans at their most vile are capable.
Let's go at once to Whitechapel and put this madman where he can do no more harm, Holmes.
Let's, Watson.
Yeah, I think that's why, after all, it was unsolved case, so they had to stretch things. Yeah, I think that's why Jack the Ripper have so many stories.
Oh yeah, like any story involving Jack the Ripper, it's all just like
fictional.
Yeah, hypothetical, fictional stories. Yeah. And it creates an interesting narrative. Like, what if this is the case?
We are not alone. I hope these men won't prevent us from passing.
Me? No. But you, yes, Watson. Your journey ends
but
here
like,
tonight.
I don't think like
You're
that
sometimes
with
a little
this
hot-headed.
person.
And moreover,
This
Mr.
is, like,
Solomonovich
purely
has a few
fictional.
things to tell you. I won't be long.
You can come in, Mr. Holmes. He's waiting for you inside. Everything was organized according to your instructions. I don't know how to thank you.
Later. Dr. Watson is awaiting an explanation from you.
There's no dialogue during this scene. I just want to point that out. This is intentional.
Hello, Watson.
Holmes, have you the slightest idea what you are doing?
I think so, Watson.
Leaving this bloodthirsty pervert at liberty and hiding his existence from the London police? What folly!
Certainly, the police will never find their man, but with so many men deployed, this affair will indirectly have a benevolent effect on the crime in the vicinity.
But Holmes, wait! Justice hasn't been served, and we are accomplices to the fact.
Justice? But I don't serve justice, Watson. I serve truth. And incidentally, I serve my country, and I don't think that I have ever served it better than today. Imagine if after months of terror and a murder as abominable as that of Miller's Court, we deliver to the English people a man of the Jewish faith, a journeyman and head of family as the guilty party. A man who forced members of his own people to eat human flesh. All of this contained tension would have exploded in a myriad of anti-Semitic acts which would have thrown Whitechapel into a rage of fire and blood. And this man's family, who are completely innocent and have suffered more than their lot, would have been the first in the line of sight. Should we condemn an entire people to shame and promise them 1,000 wounds because one of their members committed an unmentionable crime? Neither I nor you have the right to do so. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, is now in the hands of his own people. I have complete faith in Mr. Solomovich and the members of his community who, I remind you, courageously helped us. They took great risks and acted with the most salutary discretion. And, oh yes, it is understood that you cannot chronicle this investigation. It would be best to invent a story that takes us far from London during the somber period, in pursuit of, let's see, something challenging. A ghostly dog that glows in the night.
Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, that's in reference to one of the books.
But what will happen now? The police will endure a serious setback and a real loss of credibility. And this man?
Well, a few months after the murders have ceased, the police commission, finding themselves at an impasse, will come up with a story to tell, and everyone will vow that they know the secret identity of the killer without having the right to reveal it. As for Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, he will be imprisoned by his own people. He will pace like a lion in its cage until the end of his days, haunted by his crimes and his insatiable vengeance, until finally the disease which drove him to kill those poor women will finish its work and make him its final victim.
So that's Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
And no, Holmes did not let him go. He, as you, well, the game mentioned it.
I think TK asked that before.
Yeah, before the
Holmes
reveal. Yeah.
Explained, but basically what Holmes did was letting his community, the killer's community, handle it because the cops. Would only make it worse for the community.
As he mentioned, it would just cause a bunch of anti-Semitism to happen throughout London and Whitechapel.
Exactly.
So.
And I actually liked that end.
Yeah.
Like that he's like, okay, but I mean, justice is served by his own community, not the cops that mostly serves white supremacist society.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
because throughout the whole game, you hear from the people like Isaac and Abraham how their community is frowned upon.
Yeah,
and how they don't trust the cops, and it's like only one person that does not believe it to be a Jewish person who did the killing, and it's the only person that the cops do not care about.
Yeah, and like one of the customers that bought food for his cat, even he was like, he even said like, no, they face so much shit from everyone already.
Yeah, that was the guy I was talking about.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, but yeah, no, like, obviously because of the nature of the crime, like this is a real. I almost put that in the content warning that the game is based on real life events, but I couldn't figure out a way to word it. But because it's based on like a real event, they can't have like an ending where the crime is forever solved, which is why it ends with Sherlock.
Which way it's a mystery.
Yeah, it ends with Sherlock even saying like, you cannot chronicle this period of time, and it mentions like, oh, let's write a story about a ghost dog. It's like, okay, and we'd like to thank our fans and players. Without you, we won't be here today. Gergi, who missed his last saving throw, rest in peace. The first DM, he taught us to roll the dice. He opened the door to new worlds. The Theory and Alexis that have been constantly helping us on our work. Murray to Robertson, Becky Baxter, and all the game boomers. The focus team always supporting us in all situations. Florence from Nadio, Patrick from Cyanide, Net, Jessica, and Paul from Big Fish Games. Casebook, Jack the Ripper, casebook.org. The characters and events of the game are based on one of many theories of Jack the Ripper really was. The game is based on theory rather than fact. The few expressed in the game are not those of the developer, publisher, manufacturer, and licenses. I should have read this a lot faster because I missed a lot of text. But basically, yeah.
All reference to the persons living or dead and their acts and the related events is theoretical and should not be taken as a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fictional. They're basically saying it's fictional.
Yeah, which is really good to state because as I just mentioned, like, you can't have a conclusive end or like a happy ending to the Jack the Ripper case.
No.
Which is why we have like this creepy ending of seeing Jack the Ripper relive his murders.
Yeah.
And then laughing about it.
Probably laughing in shock.
Yeah. But it's see as normal as they work with fiction, you take it in a way they can see it in a different way to show it's not real. Yeah, well, like, yeah, but that's what I like about this game is that because Sherlock is very much set in like reality in some way, or in most ways, they find a way when they put like a real life crime, they find a way to make it be like, oh he cannot reveal to the police who this was.
Yeah, I don't think it's weird because I've watched some TV shows and movies where they try to connect real life events with fiction.
Yeah.
And so they wanna do it so you think it's like, oh, maybe this is plausible. Like, you want it to be as authentical, but it's still fiction. It's not like theories.
I also want to point out that the depiction, because obviously they have to leave it up as a mystery, the depiction of Jack the Ripper they have on the title screen, he doesn't wear this fucking coat ever.
Yeah, that's like in the other games.
This is what this is like the. I don't think this was ever confirmed to be the outfit that Jack the Ripper wore. I think this entire depiction of him is purely fanfic.
Right.
like 1800s fanfic.
Mm.
I also like that Holmes is wearing the fucking deerstalker hat, whatever it's called here. While in the game, he's like, and my deerstalker hat, the one I never wear, but everyone thinks I wear day and night. It's like, you're fucking wearing it on the title screen. But we're gonna call it a session. Oh.
I just wanted to point out like something really quickly.
Yeah.
Like anti-Semitism is still a thing
Yes.
today. It's still something that we all need to be aware of.
Yes.
So like when they talked about pointing out stereotypical anti-Semitic theories at the Jewish community, like that's a thing that is going on today.
Yeah.
Like the blood libel.
Yeah,
like,
because you mentioned the blood libel last time, like after we had the stream, you mentioned the blood libel with like the whole like cannibalism thing.
Yeah.
And I like that in this game they bring up the fact that Jews are not allowed to eat bloodied meat or something like that. It has to be drained from the blood.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing I didn't know about in the first place. So I learned something.
No, but like to be aware, like there's also this trope with if you ever hear in a fictional media or even people talking about theories like lizards that are blood-sucking, or like humanoid lizards, that's anti-Semitism.
Yes.
And you should, like, anyone should like point it out and be like, hey, I know you created a character, for example, that is a human lizard that sucks blood, but that's anti-Semitic trope.
Yeah.
And these tropes are still in media today, so like watch out, inform others, learn about anti-Semitic tropes, so we can combat it, like everyone can combat. So I just want to give a little something.
No,
because
I fully agree with you.
It's a serious thing.
It is, and I fully agree with you on that.
Oh, TK.
I think in another game, Frogware's game, did it so you never know if the killer you picked is a real killer, but only for taking your clues. Well, that's what they do in like we haven't played all the Sherlock games, but in the Devil's Daughter and the Chapter 1, as you mentioned, there are multiple scenarios. Now there is like a correct scenario in both those games, but if you want to, you can just be the worst fucking Sherlock Holmes ever and just assume it's the first person you blame as the victim, or sorry, as a suspect. Like it could, there's literally without spoiling too much, because I actually want to play all these Sherlock games on stream. In the Devil's Daughter, there is one point where, in one of the cases, you can literally claim that someone is behind the crime that happened just because you don't like them. And that is so funny and obviously the wrong answer, but the game allows you to do it.
There's even one thing where you can be like, yeah, there was a statue that did it.
Yes. It's great.
Like, the statue did it. Like if you don't give a fuck about the case, you can just move on.
Yeah, and I would assume that for like speedrun they would do the shortest if possible. Yeah. All right, but I'm gonna see if we can tap out. Yes, I can. Let me see. Is anyone live at this hour?
I don't think so.
A few people, but no one that I really raid. Yeah, no, we just gonna call it once more. Wait, I just think it would fit this one better. Like you I could get it wrong, but as your clues kind of matching at the end of the killer having some flaws where they could have been them. It was him pointing to the statue then runs. Yeah. No.
I mean, I think that's why the newer games you can pick and choose.
Yeah.
So
the newer
you
games are way better.
You can pick your own narrative. I think this game has a great, like, it's a good ending.
Yeah.
But like, if you want another ending, I would suggest just play the newer games.
Yeah. Because I've only played this one, and I played the Testament of Sherlock Holmes, Chapter 1, and the remake of The Awakened. Out of those four, my top four are Chapter 1, this one, Jack the Ripper, The Awakened, and the Testament. And the only reason why the Jack the Ripper goes above the Awakened, which in my opinion, because the Awakened has the best gameplay. It took what worked with Chapter 1 and perfected it, in my opinion. The only reason why Jack the Ripper goes above it is because I like the story better and the conclusion better in Jack the Ripper. Without spoiling anything, that is the reason. All right, but I am going to end. Unless you had something to say?
No, I was just gonna say we can talk forever
Yeah.
about these games, but like, Oni probably is going to stream more Frogware Sherlock because I've heard her say that.
Yeah, I might do that with my sister even, because she said she was interested in playing the game. So it was like that would be fun to like do a collab stream again about of that.
I can see it.
Yeah. But
so any more Frogware talk, you can take it.
We can take it in the future.
Yeah.
All right. But with all that said, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time, whenever that is. Bye.